held at Mukabura grounds in Fort Portal City on the theme, improving access to labor justice, a prerequisite for increased productivity. The celebrations will be cast live on UBC TV, all our radio stations and social media platforms. Don't miss. Happy Labor Day.
Well, thank you so much for keeping it at UBC TV. Now, this is an extended broadcast, of course, talking about International Labor Day that takes place every 1st May every year. And of course, understanding the fact that the official function will be held in Fort Portal City, where we expect the President of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, to be the guest of honor in that arena. Of course, we have our colleague that side, John Paul Sonko. We shall be connecting with him live to tell us how so far things are trending in that area, to see the turn-up of the invited guests in that area, to see how best we can really understand how things are running. But of course, I'm still with my colleague, Robert Onyango. But of course, like I said, this extended broadcast, we are still talking about the Labor Day. Now, we still have to understand a few and a number of aspects, but of course, we have to see what do you take home today. Robert.
Yes, please.
We are still talking about the International Labor Day.
Yeah.
Let us talk about other countries in line with Labor Day.
Yes.
In the US alone, if their minimum wage is about $17, if Uganda, one Ugandan is given about $2 as the minimum wage, that alone can fully transform one's life.
Yes.
What is really letting us down to see that Ugandans can really benefit from the little that they earn?
Well, thank you, Comrade Jethro. There are very few factors. First and foremost, the economy of USA and Uganda are a bit different. They cannot dictate what must happen here in Uganda. Secondly, we need to look at the aspect of the potentials, the employment opportunities. USA has almost everything around it, so you cannot benchmark from it to bring what you need, like in terms of the minimum wage here in Uganda. But then you also have to look at the basics. Our corruption levels are different. This has been an outcry from almost everyone. We have resources within Uganda.
And actually in Uganda, I think everything is centered with corruption.
Corruption. Okay, corruption might sound very tough and rough. Let's use the word misuse. The misuse of
public funds
here is what is letting us down. What are our priorities as a country? Where do we invest money? How do we spend it?
That is key.
You look at all these government agencies and ministries, almost 30% or 50 or 40 of their budgets, these are money budgeted for seminars, workshops within here and abroad. Can't we culminate all this into some things which are important to the country? This is what we have to discuss. We might be having very little resources with us, not to match the economies of US, as you said, but with the little we have, if we use it accordingly, if we plan better, if we put our priorities first as a country, we can at least help improve the lives of our citizens. This is our core goal at the end of the day. A better economy serves citizens better way.
But of course, talking about that, Robert, the president has clearly stated a few times ago that it's a process, it's a procedure.
Indeed.
to see how they can increase people's salaries. But we have had also a number of organized sit-down strikes by different workers, because all in all they want to see how best they can receive a better pay. But as doctors and nurses are sitting down, teachers are also sitting down on the other hand. As teachers are also doing that, there is also another category of people. How best can we all as Ugandans, because I'm a Ugandan, you are Ugandan, benefit? That is the equality that we talked about earlier, me and you early in the morning. We talked about equality. So I want to see how this can really be put at the center stage. How can the workers, the services, provision of and the productivity of the different aspects of things, how can really a worker benefit? You know, you sweat a lot, but you earn very little. This is still a big challenge in our country.
Indeed, it is very sad. But to answer your question of all of us being equal, the teachers are today saying we need a salary increment. The doctors tomorrow will say the same.
Yes.
The government, different workers are also going to say the same.
We have science teachers, arts teachers, that division in between.
It all goes to the point I made earlier. The size of our economy cannot enable that we can get what we feel is comfortable for us. We are milking a cow which is malnourished.
But then government has to regulate on a number of things, Robert.
Of course, when it comes on board, like recently when you saw the IFRIS things, it all caused commotion in the city. At the end of the day, when the traders meet the president on 7th, he can be in position to weigh in to their demands, you know, we suspend this. But the question comes in, what is the option of government to raise the revenue collection? At the end of the day, the size of our revenue dictates everything in this country. It dictates the quality of roads we shall have.
But trillions of money are being collected, Robert, by URA alone.
Putting in mind the other issue of priority and misuse. Because URA has to collect money. This is where salaries come from. For teachers, doctors, lecturers. If URA is saying, you know, guys, I'm not going to give you a salary increment because I'm poor at collecting the revenue. Today I want to collect these extended services or taxation through this and this modes, and you reject it. The president can be in position to contain the situation, says, you know, URA, as he guided earlier, URA first suspend this. URA will sit in the chair and start swinging, because you have not given him what to do. So by the end of the day, like this theme highlights that
justice, improving access to
labor justice. Improving access to labor justice is a prerequisite of increased production. In quotes, increased production. If we don't increase production, we will have lamentations today, tomorrow we shall have strikes almost every day. But the only solution is, as a country, we are not, yes, we have gold so far, mining, we have oil, but our productivity from the generations of our fathers and grandfathers has been agriculture. But if we don't improve agriculture, we need to move away from the hand-hold. The government, yes, is giving in tractors. We need to not be counting one season in a year. Let's look like the president when he was in Nairobi saying, let's go for irrigation so that we have agriculture moving on throughout the entire way. We increase on our productivity. We sell what we feed because we have the capacity to feed almost East Africa and Africa. That is money coming here. Like the president is also saying that we improve on our productivity by not selling almost everything. He was giving an example of coffee. As a country today, we are getting almost, I think, $600 from the coffee beans of like 1 kilogram, but where we are selling it, they are getting almost 4,000. He's emphasizing that let's do the processing here.
Yes, in
the
Uganda.
beans remains here. The products, we get our coffee here, so that we can at least, this farmer in Nakaroke can get at least 2,000. 2,000, not the 600 is getting today. this will take us a long way. People will not be even lining up at government offices looking for jobs, but agriculture will directly employ them.
Robert, let's not talk about this, putting, of course, productivity aside. Looking at access to labor justice. I'm not looking at justice in line with law alone, but I'm also looking at justice when it comes to government's effort towards the workers.
Of course, the government effort in terms of offering justice is very, it's quite simple. There are two things, and this is what the different unions of workers are saying. You practically put in place, yes, there is an industrial court, but the industrial court, which is charged with the responsibility to look through the issues of workers, remediate, listen to their concerns. But the industrial courts, as of today, they are constrained. They are limited in terms of the number or staff of judges which are there. And so fight is one. Last time when we are even attending that labor convention, Norbert Mao, the Minister of Justice, did give in a good information that government is now looking at decentralizing, so that if my friend in Mayuge has an issue which is concerning, let us say, compensation from Mayuge sugar factory, it doesn't require him or her to move to Kampala to lodge a complaint in the industrial court, which is based in Kampala, but they are decentralizing. Then government must fund it, because they're not having one judge because the judges are not around, but they need to fund it. Secondly, the minister was also emphasizing at LDC, very many judges or students who are going there to study law, there are no lessons of labor. Let's put that into the curriculum, so that when these guys come in the courts to urge cases relating to matters of labor, they pick it from the informed perspective.
I think
so. If government handles this, we will at least be in the line way to say we have started on the journey of ensuring this justice for labor.
I think there is also one thing that Ugandans must understand. Robert, people should run away from fear.
True.
Because having fear towards something, if you cannot express yourself when something is not moving on right, trust me, it is you to lose.
It indeed.
If you have fear to join trade unions as a worker, how are you benefiting? Ugandans have to understand that you must understand your worth, your value. If you have the knowledge, you went for education, you must understand why you did that. Because it is very key, Robert.
Yes.
People are failing out on a number of issues simply because they have fear to lose their jobs. When shall Ugandans have that solidarity to come out clear and say, enough is enough? Because workers are being used, ladies are being assaulted in one way or another. I mean, ladies are a subject when it comes to all this. But of course, not putting aside men. How do we see that Uganda as at large can really come out to be a nation that everybody wants to associate with when it comes to labor?
Well, that's what I'm also waiting. I think in today's address in Fort Portal, the president has some other things. He must stand bold and straight. Indeed, we have cried over these same issues over the years. The issues of misuse at workplaces, be it men or women, the issue of justice, the issue of minimum wage.
Yes, even minimum wage is something to talk about.
Tall, because he has promised on several occasions, as a country we feel we are being cheated or let down in the other way. The parliament is slow at the implementation of these acts. The relevant authorities like police, they are also slow. Simply there is no firm guiding tool or law. The courts, as I said, they are incapacitated. So it all goes back to the head of state to listen very carefully. Seek advice very carefully.
But he has ministers that are guiding him probably on a number of issues.
Of course, the ministers, I will say, they are doing their job. The unions have done their job. They have handed in all these complaints, what we are discussing today. I guess it is at the desk of the president. It only needs the president now to, I think I can say, to boldly take a brief and take a decision.
Let's try to dive into the minds of the Ugandans, Robert. What is that paining thing that you think needs really an urgent attention from government? And even if it is from government, people who are working in these other organizations that are not government aided, what needs to be done to see that really workers can really have that social dialogue with their bosses for the betterment of the work that people are doing?
We need to accept that the world has changed, it has transformed, and it is moving at a very fast speed. We need to adjust to the dynamics of the new changing world. And one of it is we should do away with the payment, the salary basing on how much I sweat. People, I guess, young boys and girls in China are not sweating, but they are earning a lot. Because of the technology, the services they're doing they may seem to be very, very not hectic. I see my colleague here on a laptop. He can, within just 1 hour, earn $10,000. We need to adjust, like to answer your question, what is that the Ugandans need at this time? They need a better paying job. They need nothing. They need safety at work.
Safety.
They need safety.
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 Health insurance.
Health insurance. If there's an accident at work, you must take care of that work of yours.
Very many people have lost their jobs in that line.
When recently we were doing a story, very many people have gotten accidents at work.
And they're not compensated.
Their lives have come immense. Their lives totally ends there. They have families behind them, they have children behind them. The future is no longer there. We need government to address those.
We've seen people running to private organizations on Yango briefly.
Yes, because government on the other side, they have put in the facilities. The roads are there, electricity is there, water is there, security is there, but we are not safe at job. If we work on all these, with the supplement of the available infrastructure piece and everything, I guess, Jethro, in the next 5-20 years, we'll not see more complaints from the working class in Uganda.
I think, if you ask me that, I think the government in this line, it needs to step up somehow, somewhere. For example, if people are running to private organizations, because some private organizations actually pay more than what government does to workers at certain level. And I have a belief government is capable of doing anything. It has the powers and it has the money. So if it requires hiring multitasking personnel to do certain kinds of jobs, it is very key. But if we have people also, if you have Onyango, you have a Jethro, two people are doing the same thing, I mean, we need to see how all this can be probably brought all together to see that Ugandans benefit from the little that they earn. But we shouldn't also forget the fact that we have people who are being paid by government. Actually, they're receiving lots of money, but they're doing nothing. As we are talking about workers, Robert, we are talking about Labor Day. We are talking matters workers. Someone is receiving money. I hear people receiving about 15 million. There are those who are receiving per month. But there is a worker receiving 200,000. A government worker. How possible, really? Yes. And this is a Ugandan who is seated at their home and they're not happy about such a day.
Well, you are right, but we want to appreciate government that this has been a process. For us who grew from families where our parents have been working in government, we know how far the journey has been. Because 20 years ago, a primary teacher, a grade 3 teacher, was earning less than 200,000. As of today, I guess they are at around 800. They are even approaching 1M, if I'm not mistaken. Then we need to appreciate that, yes, government is
But
trying
in this
to...
economy is 1 million money.
Of
That
course,
is also an
there
issue.
will never be enough money, but we can have a good beginning point.
Yeah.
Yes, government is trying to at least each and every year. Last time we saw the Minister for Public Service, Muruli Mukasa, also trying to announce new changes in the salary scales. Yes, but putting that aside, like you said, the Uganda's economy currently is a private-led economy. The private sector is contributing almost 70% to the economy.
True.
Because they employ the biggest numbers of workers in this country. They are the biggest remitters of revenue to the government. So we need to streamline that because we have given liberty to the private employers. I talked about this earlier. Government is not taking a step of entering this factory to do an assessment of how are the Nyangos, the Jethros, doing their work daily in this factory. Do they have even the beginning points of the PPEs, the protective equipments?
Protective equipment.
You know, go to Nile breweries, go to, UBC breweries. Look at the workers, they have no helmets, they have no masks, no gumboots. They are dealing in steel, you know? This steel, it might not be a one-day dangerous to your life, but it impacts harm to your life where after retiring, you'll be in position to treat yourself like 100 years again. Then we need to assess the working condition, not only the salary. The discussion about today's labor, they shouldn't be zeroed on the salaries, the conditions, the safety. If we work on this, and these conditions are very minimal and basics, what time is this person coming in?
At 8.
At 8?
As a government
Is he
worker.
leaving at 4?
At 4.
Has he or she gotten lunch at work? Was there breakfast? You know? If we
But are
work
all
on
these
this,
things possible, Robert?
if
Because
Robert
at
is
some
sick,
point,
is there a medical insurance for him? Is there a medical leave? Is there even annual leave?
of course, medical leave,
For
annual
some
leave,
companies,
paternity leave, maternity leave, those are a must in
but
an organization.
Are they practically being enforced?
But of course,
or
if
they
you,
remain on
understand,
paper?
if you understand it in your rights as a Ugandan, it is your right. And in case things don't work out your way, as per the rights and the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, that is why we run to courts of law.
But the courts, are there judges? There is one judge. The court is in Kampala. They are not paying you. You have not been paid for the last 6 months. You are in Weyali. You have again, you are looking for survival. You have again to solicit money for transport to Kampala. You have to hire a lawyer. The court works once in a week. There's only one judge who has a pile of cases to handle. You know, this is justice delayed, and at the end of the day, it will be denied. So let's decentralize this court. Even our workers aligned to the facts of the roles of this court. Do they even know that it exists?
Well, International Labour Day is the day today that we are talking about. Every year, 1st May is International Labour Day. And of course, Uganda joins the rest of the world to commemorate this day. Remember that the official ceremonies will be in Fort Portal City. And like I told you earlier, we have our colleague that side, John Paul Sonko, who will be coming for us live from Fort Portal City at a later stage to see and tell us how things are really transpiring on from that side, as well as expecting the President of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. We are told that anytime from now, he will be arriving in Fort Portal City. But what you have to be sure of is that we shall be giving you all the live updates on how things are really happening. You just have to glue to UBC TV to see how things will be ending. The whole day, we shall be talking Labor Day. Until when the live feed comes, we have to tell you what is happening. Robert,
Yes.
still talking about Labor Day, are workers aware of their rights? Because we are talking about things, but as a worker, do you know your right? Do you understand your entitlements? Because it is not a matter of just waking up in the morning, you come to office. Before you know it, I just tell you, are you aware you're supposed to receive an allowance every day? That is an example. These are things workers are not aware about. What needs to be done? Because one goes to class, one is educated, one is aware of what they're supposed to do. You're given the human resource manual on the guidelines on what you're going to do in a particular organization. But after penning your signature, things don't work otherwise.
Well, it all goes back to the workers' unions. Besides just forcing workers to register and subscribe and start paying, making payments to their sessions, they must also take an extra mile to teach our workers the beauty, one, of associating with them, then the rights. Because if at the end of the day you don't tell this worker his or her rights, he will of course operate in abundance. Like what comes his or her way is what he goes with. He will have no choice. They are simply left without choice because they don't know their strength. If you empower them, let the workshop not be for just teaching but they should also take an extra mile to explain to these workers, these are your roles, these are your rights. When you get at your worker station, try to push this. Make sure before you start working, like I will tell you this, Jeffrey, what is in these factories is alarming. I speak from experience. I've ever worked there. I've ever been there. I go there to get news. I know what's happening there.
You've really hustled, eh?
Wow, life is a two-way traffic. You try this side, if it doesn't work, you have to try. So I know what is happening there. And what we are asking ourselves here, these are the real questions you have to put to them. And I tell you, when you walked into one of the factories, one of these companies, and raised these questions you are raising to me, very few will have even a 1-minute answer. They will be seeing something's coming from heaven.
Let's
but
talk
simply
about
because our structures have not facilitated that awareness. At times we are caught off guard because of the little awareness.
Little awareness.
Little awareness.
Robert, let's talk about maternity leave for our dear mothers.
Yes.
A woman is entitled to a maternity leave as long as she's going to give birth.
Yes.
Now, that is very key. But most of our organizations do not have room for that when it comes to how are you willing to welcome back your staff from maternity leave of about 3 to 4 months. I do understand that a few days ago, government is planning to lift to about 6 months.
Yeah.
That is for maternity leave. The question is it enough? Probably doctors advised otherwise. But again, as mothers are coming back from leave, do they have where they keep their children while at work? Now, these are issues that force you to get a house help. I don't want usually to call them maids,
yeah.
all right? Personally, I call them aunties actually, because they do a great job. But we have seen these house helpers who are really torturing children. But why is it so? Because a mother cannot carry a child to work. Probably because of the working space. Maybe where you work, not like UBC, we have a lot of space here at UBC, but other organizations have limited space. Don't you think something also needs to be done? I must appreciate government. Of late, people who are building buildings on different highways in cities, different cities as well, and municipalities, if you do not have parking, you shouldn't build. Actually, even basement parking of late. Now, that is an advancement we must appreciate. So can the government also come out with some of these measures to see that our mothers from maternity leave, they can probably come with their children, 1 or 2, depending on the situation, otherwise to start breastfeeding from work.
Have you seen the proposal by the Minister for Water,
What does it say?
Beatrice Anywa, proposing a saloon at Parliament? Have you seen it?
I saw it somewhere. How true is that?
Of course, it beats someone who's understanding. Like, what is all that important that members of parliament need a saloon at parliament? But then you ask yourself, how does it happen elsewhere? There are parliaments which have gyms, breastfeeding centers. There is even a parliaments which have a musical tech there. When parliaments are not busy with the committees and the plenary business, they can go for a musical break. There are parliaments which have steam baths and saunas there. But for our level, we feel and we think for parliament agitating for a saloon, this is not a saloon basically for all that beauty contention. But they are looking at a condition where a member of parliament comes in at a rush hour, he has to check his or her hair. This is what they are agitating for. So I think the discussion of having these centers where our employees who are ladies with 2 to 4 month babies, they can create space at workplace is valid. I will support it, because at the end of the day, much as this mother has a child at home with a helper, this lady, this younger baby will do better when he or she is spending some good minutes or moments with the mother at work. If the mother is having a break or tea break, he can attend to him. But it all goes back, our employers willing to invest, first of all? Are they recognizing that indeed this is part of life, giving birth? Because we have cases where, like you said, some working places where the leaves are not given a clearance.
You ask for leave as Robert, they tell you, whom are you leaving
like the pregnancy leave. They feel you are cheating them.
Actually, there's also paternity leave. Did you get yours by the time you...
If a mother who has delivered has not gotten it, then where do I get dodiste for me who has not done anything to request for paternity leave?
And you realize that as you go to give birth, by the time you come back, the job is no more.
You see, the situation is as tough as that, and it works either side.
To make matters worse, you don't have a contract.
For a lady is seated at home breastfeeding,
yes,
she's worried about
the job.
Her job.
Yes.
For the employer,
and I think that is why they return in a space of 1 or 2 months.
Of course, the employer is feeling you are cheating him or her. Says 6 months, I am supposed to pay you, and even incur an extra cost of facilitating your leave. Says then there's someone else knocking the manager's office.
When you go, don't come
I'm here.
Back.
I want to work. They are looking at Jethro, who is away for 6 months. There's someone who is here, looking to do the same job. Of course, they will make a substitute in terms of decision making.
Are you aware I've had a number of chats with different ladies. Yes. Some of them, they have told me their plans to those who have not yet given birth. They are telling me that their targets, one is to give birth probably before they start working. Because giving birth while at work is becoming a problem.
It's a burden.
You know, it is becoming a problem to our bosses. But why should this be a problem?
Of course, there is a stereotype about it even.
Do these leaders sometimes think about where they came from, them as leaders before they get to those positions? Is this too much also to ask, Robert, from government or these other private organizations? Because we are looking for the betterment of the workers, the working stations. I must report to office, indeed, with a happy mind, happy soul. I must be ready to face my day-to-day activities when I know that where I'm going, I mean, everything is okay. Of course, it can't be 100%, Robert.
Yeah. You know, we can spend a lot of time discussing that matter, but we need to just be guided by the fact that today's life has now been reduced to I give you what you give me. So if a worker feels, an employee feels you are out of station for 6 months, he or she...
And they feel you're cheating them.
They feel you're cheating
How much do you bring in for the company?
How much bring in? How much is the baby contributing to this?
Yes.
If you really want your family, first take care of your family issues, you return when you are fit, and look at this stereotype where they think after giving birth you are not that active, you know? they still feel you cannot give them what you were giving them before. They
Inequalities start coming
they entirely
in.
start phrasing you out of the active
Out of the system.
system of that company. And at the end of the day, you start even regretting, oh, how I chose, and that's where that narrative is coming from. For me, I will start working when I've already given birth, or I will give birth after I've retired. You know, they are trying to weigh in how things can work better for them. And it's simply coming from lack of enforcement of the labor laws in this country. There are so many stringent laws which can act and help for sure, but the application is lacking. The enforcement is not there. The goodwill from those concerned parties, let's say parliament, let's say police, the judiciary, it's not there. It's not until we go back on the drawing board as citizens of this country.
That collective effort.
Yes.
Of the different organizations, the different ministries, to see how they can
and
combine.
Start biting. We enter in a company, we get a case, 1 or 2. There was a torture case I was working on last week. This is a girl who was tortured at the workplace. What the company did best was to terminate her contract. And no one, even members of parliament representing workers, no one has not taken up the matter. They are discussing their own things of their own interests, yet they have a representation card given to them to chair and table matters concerning workers in parliament. For you, UBC is a national broadcaster which broadcasts parliamentary proceedings every day in the week. How often do you see workers, MPs, struggling for time and an opportunity on the floor of parliament to raise issues of workers? They are representatives of workers in the corridors, in the press conferences. But when it comes to serious business of fronting workers' ideas, challenges on the floor of parliament, they become mute. That representation cannot change anything in our country. The workers will suffer today. We shall celebrate the Labor Day like we are going to celebrate it today in Fort Portal. We dance, we whine, we sing every good song on that event until next year, and we return with a different theme, different venue, different guests and speakers, but the problem will still stay with us unless when we wake up and walk the talk.
Uganda. This is an extended broadcast. I'm still with my colleague, Robert Onyango, talking about the International Labour Day. I do not know what you think about you as a worker out there. You could be in the comfort of your sitting room. You're watching us. We are trying to digest some of these issues. How best can government intervene? Besides that, how best can your bosses come to your rescue in case you have a challenge? Now, these are issues we are trying to talk about. We did post our question on our X handle at UBC TV. You can keep the conversation flowing. You can give us your views. Probably if we get some time, we shall be in position to share your views out there, but really do appreciate. But of course, not forgetting that at a later stage, we shall be joining our colleague, John Paul Sonko, who is live in Fort Portal City. We understand that everything is set, everything is ready, and probably we are just waiting for the guest of honor, who is the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Robert,
yes.
As we try to sum up, as we wait for the link at a later time, what is that pertinent issue that Ugandans have to understand? Because I have realized that very many people decided to go silent. Is silence the best option to sort out all the indifferences that are really happening in the different aspects of life, of course, in line with workers?
Well, silence is one of the major killers of any state across the world. If the citizens of that country choose to keep silent, then they are not doing anything other than burying that state. So we must, as citizens of Uganda or
come out loudly
country,
and speak.
At a certain level where we feel our voices must be heard, we should be always prepared we should always be prepared to stand up and say, this is what we want to, this is the right way we want to go. Like recently, I must also applaud the traders when they saw that there was
something is not working out. Yes.
Some sort of confusion in the collection procedures by URA. They stood up and said, excuse me, government, listen to us. We have a proposal. The traders are not rejecting everything.
Yes.
They are saying, we can propose this. Can we do this? This is good for a country. Anytime, any moment we feel we need to say something, we should say it. Because we are the stakeholders and the biggest stakeholders of this country.
Yes.
So if we see something bad and we keep quiet, that thing might not hurt us today, it might hurt our children or grandchildren. So silence is not good at all at things which matters us most. If there are things which are minor, yes, you can keep silent. It's not that in life you have to talk or react on everything.
Yes.
You can keep silent and it passes.
All right, thank you so much, Robert. Now, allow me to notify you, our viewer, that we are going for a short commercial break. But when we return, we shall be coming back to you live with a feed from Fort Portal City. Don't go away.
International Labour Day is celebrated every year on 1st May. This day is commemorated in appreciation of the contribution of workers to national development. It is also used to raise consciousness on the importance of promoting and protecting the rights of workers. This year, the national celebrations will be held at Mukabura Grounds, Fort Portal City, under the theme Improving Access to Labour Justice, a prerequisite for increased productivity. Join us on Wednesday, 1st May, as we bring you the celebrations live on UBC, Inspiring Uganda.
This week on UBC.
I even don't remember whether I studied P1 or P2 because I was sitting in a P3 class.
With grandmother?
With grand.
All the way from Bali.
While I was aspiring as a head girl, I was given an opportunity to go and give my speech.
Campaigns.
My campaigns. My grandfather bought me a box of sweets. But when they gave me an opportunity to give the speech, as somebody who is campaigning to be a head girl, when I reached in front, I had so many things I wanted to tell out. When you vote for me, I'll do this, I'll do this,
yes,
I'll do that. When I reached in front, I forgot everything.
Tell their stories from the perspective of women.
When you get admitted to Islamic University, you're given a full book of guidelines, not a page.
A booklet.
A booklet.
Of how many pages? 150?
A new dawn on Behind the Headlines with me, Timothy Nyangweso. Every Wednesday, live in our studios in the heart of Kampala. We have conversations that have analysis, explanation, but not every truth is fact, and not every fact is truth. Every Wednesday, 10 p.m. on your public broadcaster.
All on your public broadcaster. UBC, Inspiring Uganda.
International Labour Day is celebrated every year on 1st May. This day is commemorated in appreciation of the contribution of workers to national development. It is also used to raise consciousness on the importance of promoting and protecting the rights of workers. This year, the national celebrations will be held at Mukabura Grounds, Fort Portal City, under the theme Improving Access to Labour Justice, a prerequisite for increased productivity. Join us on Wednesday, 1st May, as we bring you the celebrations live on UBC, Inspiring Uganda.
Told you that this is an extended broadcast of the International Labour Day production coming to you live here in the UBC studios. But of course, we are also going to be crossing live to Fort Portal City where the official ceremony is going to be taking place. And I've been notified and told that His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who is the guest of honor, anytime from now, he will be arriving in Fort Portal City where he is expected to be for the International Labour Day. But of course, Uganda joins the rest of the world to commemorate this day that happens every 1st May every year. I'm still with my colleague Robert, giving a few digests on a number of issues. Robert,
yes,
in a space of 1 to 2 minutes, we have talked about a number of issues. I want you to tell a Ugandan watching you your last ideas on what needs to be done about the issue of workers, and we sum it up.
Well, I will be just very brief, and as we have said, we have talked everything. And for those who have followed us from where we began this talk show, they might have picked 1 or 2 things. My take home today is like, when we work on the safety of workers, the wage bill be put practically in place, I guess the workers will have to smile at the end of the day. My last remarks to our viewers of UBC as we hand over to Fort Portal is that on 10th, the government is rolling out the national census. Let's stand up and be counted for better planning for this country. If government knows the number of citizens it has, it will be a better way to start planning for them. I want to thank for those who have kept with us, the management here, the production crew here. I want to salute you, and we want to say on my own behalf, like, goodbye. Watch UBC for the remaining programs coming in. And thank you, my comrade Jethro Kasaiji, for this opportunity of hosting me today.
Please, thank you so much, Robert. It has been nice working with you. Now, probably my take home of the day will be to tell these trade unions and all these workers' unions to see how probably they can step up on the number of activities that they're probably chasing about to see that the service delivery when it comes to workers can really be worked upon. But as you can see in your split screen, you're seeing how the event, how ready people are from that side. But earlier I told you that our comrade John Paul Sonko, but not alone, of course with other members that side, are already set to tell us and take us through about the entire event of the International Labour Day. But of course not forgetting the theme of improving access to labour justice, a prerequisite for increased productivity. President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni will be the guest of honor today. Now, allow me to take you direct to Fort Portal City.
As we welcome in the parade, our parade commander today is Lieutenant Colonel William Njomgabe. Slicing his parade commander, Major HP Kaganda Modi. The parade adjutant is Major JJ Hunter. The parade RCM is Warrant Officer 2, Aragi Felix. The parade is mounted by the Uganda Prison Service and the Uganda Wildlife Authority. Fort Portal is a tourism city surrounded by beautiful hills, hospitable people, so you're all most welcome.
Sawa, parade twaisi. Gwaride mbele yako. Paredi iko tayari kwa uongozi wako. Sawa, parade twaisi. shika kushoto. Hapo.
The parade today is comprised of 27 guards, 12 guards of the Uganda People's Defense Forces. We have
band hiyo ya kuingia kwa kiwanja. Band hiyo sio speed ya kuingia kwa kiwanja.
We are having 27 guards, 12 guards from the Uganda People's Defense Forces, 6 guards from the Uganda Police Force, 6 guards from the Uganda Prisons Service, and 3 guards from the Uganda Wildlife Authority. As we await to welcoming our parade, please allow me to introduce to you some of our officers present. We do recognize the presence of the Deputy Commissioner General of the Uganda Prison Service, Mr. Akena Samuel, Assistant Commissioner General Prisons, Mr. Munanura Robert, Assistant Commissioner General.
Very much Jethro and Robert Onyango. And now, where I'm currently standing is the Mukabura grounds here in Fort Portal, where we are having this year's celebrations for Labour Day. What a day to be alive and what a day to be Ugandan. Thank you very much for sticking to your national broadcaster. I am Joram Paul Sonko. Now we are getting into a live broadcast of the events that is here. And of course to the team in studio, Nile Avenue back in Kampala, many thanks for the wonderful preamble of the events that are likely to occur today as the people in Fort Portal have welcomed us so well. And well, of course, it being the tourism city, you get to realize it's an opportunity for the tourism industry as well to grow. But today is not a day to talk tourism. It's a day to commemorate Labour Day, to celebrate all the workers world over. And just to take you back to the theme, which is improving access to labour justice, which is a prerequisite to improved productivity. So as much as we are talking about justice or labour justice, these are conversations we need to be having. Now currently here with me, I am with Justice Lillian Mugisha, who is the head of the Industrial Court of Uganda, and we're going to have a conversation really about labour justice, which is part of this year's theme, by the way. So we need to understand how far has the court gone to ensure that there is labour justice for employees in Uganda. Very good morning, ma'am, and you're welcome to UBC.
Thank you.
What would be your message? First of all, happy Labour's Day. And what would be your message to the workers in Uganda today?
I congratulate them upon this Labour Day. And as a court, the Industrial Court, we rededicate ourselves to continue ensuring access to labour justice. The court was established specifically as a court of equity in which every worker, whether in the informal or formal sector, can access justice without paying legal fees. And so I invite everyone that feels is abused at the workplace to file their cases for us to handle. Yes.
My viewer would wish to know, what has the what has the Industrial Court been doing in order to ensure that the workers meet their justice or get justice in their workspaces?
Okay. The Industrial Court was established under the Labour Dispute Arbitration and Settlement Act 2006, and its role is to adjudicate labour disputes that are referred to it from the Labour Office. So we are a court of reference, unlike the High Court. Although we have the same powers as the High Court, we are a court of reference, and all our cases arise and are referred to us from the Labour Office. So since we started, we have registered over 5,000 cases, and we hear cases on a daily basis. The court is only situated in Kampala, but for us, in order to enable easy access, we have established sub-registries in northern Uganda, in Lira and Gulu, in western Uganda, here in Fort Portal and Barara, and in the east in Soroti and Mbale and Mubende. And those are collecting centers. So the court can circuit. Once they have collected a number of cases, the court circuits and goes to these places and hears the cases there. So that a person who has lost a job in Mubende doesn't have to travel all the way to Kampala to the industrial court. So we are trying as much as possible to be people-centered and to reach the people at the least cost and in the shortest time possible. Unfortunately, we are only 2 judges serving a population of over 20 million working Ugandans, but to a great extent we have done our best. Yes.
And, moving forward, what would be your recommendation to the workers? You've called upon them to actually report these cases in case they are not meeting justice. But moving forward, now we have 2024, a theme that is literally talking about labor justice. What advice or what kind of message would you send to the workers lastly?
Yes, well, the message is to both workers and employers, because the employment relationship is between an employer and a worker. So they must do their best. The employers must ensure that they uphold labor standards, decent work, grant leave, treat workers well, pay them well, and don't overwork them. And then the workers also should do their best, because we also look at a case on its merits. It's not that you just find in favor of a worker. Workers must also do their work for the development of this nation and to enable creation of more jobs, because jobs are a source of livelihood.
Thank you very much, and a happy Labour's Day celebration. All right. And there you have it. That has been the head of Uganda's Industrial Court, Justice Linda Lillian Mugisha. Of course, we've been discussing things to do with the theme that looks at improving access to labor justice. Now, as much as we are looking at it, you get to realize that it's quite important for us to understand the fact that workers or employees need to experience justice while at work. Know your rights, then also understanding the laws that protect the interest of workers as if you are in the workspaces. But at this moment in time, I have the host RCC here in Fort Portal, who is also joining us this particular moment, as we are going to have a conversation about how the preparations have been, but then also a message to the Ugandans as well as all the workers out there. A very good morning, sir. Happy Labor Day. You're live on UBC.
Happy Labor Day, my brother. It feels so good to host this event in this region of Rwenzori. It is the first time we are hosting it, and we are proud that of all the cities, Fort Portal City, since 2021, is going to be the first city to host the International Labor Day here in Bukabula, Fort Portal City.
All right. Dr. Agre, you're most welcome to UBC. Now, one would wonder, in regards to preparations, what has really been taking place? How fast have you done with the preparations? Because if you've been through the city, you get to realize that the preparations have been looking very amazing, and like everything is on point. How have you gone with the preparations?
First of all, the uniqueness of the place. This is the tourism city in Uganda, so it was not difficult. We were just adding. It is this natural endowments. So we have this special place that was easy to organize. Also, you should know that this is the 38th time we shall be hosting as the government. And so every time we get better and better. Mm-hmm.
And what message do you have for the people of Fort Portal on such a special day?
Well, all of us are workers. At first, people thought that only these people who are getting money from the Consolidated Fund are called workers. But everyone is a worker. So we would like to dedicate this day to all the people here and those who traveled outside of the country to look for employment. We are talking about housemaids, house helps, boarders, farmers, and then the less than 1 million who are picking money as workers of government. So we dedicate this day to them, and we think this is the day the workers and the employers and employees must reconstruct and have a very good relationship. Yes, these are not servants. These are not, because I'm a worker, I am not a lesser human being. So they get what they desire, and then they also, we're emphasizing contracts Don't just employ me and wake up and say, you go away. Yes, so we should have contracts. People should save with NSSF so that as people grow, they are able to get their savings from NSSF, as government does with pension.
Well, just lastly, what would be your message to the people of Fort Portal and to the workers in Uganda?
Fort Portal people, be happy. Be happy. You have had, by yesterday night, all the hotels were filled. Everywhere people, so the economy has been boosted, and I think the people are happy. They should be happy. And to all the workers, let us work. Even the Bible says, those who will not work shall not eat. So let us work. I thank you.
There you have it, Dr. Agre Wunyi, who is the host RCC here in Fort Portal, and he has been giving us a preamble of how they prepared according to the city of Fort Portal. But of course, as we speak the city of Fort Portal, you must be reminded that it's one of the tourism cities that we have in the country. Now, speaking matters tourism, joining me at this particular moment is the UTB CEO, Madame Lily Ajarova, who also joins us. Now, speaking matters tourism, you get to realize that yesterday the hotel industry in Fort Portal was fully booked, if that is the right word for me to use. And that means there is a huge impact on Fort Portal's economy and how highly it's contributing to Uganda's tourism. A very good morning, and you're live in UBC.
Good morning. Lily Ajarova is my name, CEO Uganda Tourism Board. Glad to be here.
All right. Happy Labor Day.
Thank you very much. Happy Labor Day to you too.
Looking at Fort Portal being a tourism city, of what importance does such a day add to Fort Portal?
Well, first of all, this is part of business tourism. Meetings, incentive, conferences and events. This is an event organized by the government of Uganda that has brought in people from across the country, from different places, and Fort Portal is having the show today. So all the hotels are fully booked, all the food are being bought, so we are very glad to be here, that we continue to contribute to the economy of Uganda.
Now, today being Labor Day, what would be your message to the workers who are completely employed to the tourism sector?
It's really about excellency. We are aiming at excellent service in the tourism sector in Uganda. We are not going to be short of excellency. That's what we are aiming at, and I urge all the workers in the tourism sector, let's keep to that. And as Uganda Tourism Board, we are trying our best to make sure that we continue to provide the encouragement required, the skill that is required, and we continue to work together to see where there is need for improvement, we improve. Whether it is with the hotels or with the tour operators, with the travel agencies, with the destination, the sites where the tourists visit, the national parks, to cultural sites, to the kingdoms. We are just aiming at making sure that Uganda remains the preferred tourism destination.
All right. And what would be your message to the Ugandans, to the workers, to the tourists who have just landed in the country?
Thank you very much. My message to everyone, especially the Ugandans, it all starts with each and every one of us. As we celebrate the International Labor Day, it is about me, it's about each and every one of you as we do our best. It requires hard work, it requires commitment, it requires the passion. And we need to have this to be able to serve our country to the best that we can. And those are the things that will enable us achieve as a country to grow this economy, to transform it to the level that we all want, to serve the citizens of Uganda. And to the tourists, to everyone who has come to Fort Portal to celebrate the International Labor Day of this year, 2024, welcome to Fort Portal, the tourism city. Do not just enjoy this event and go back wherever you came from. Please take time and enjoy Fort Portal, the crater lakes,
Thank you for coming.
the waterfalls, the caves. explore Fort Portal. Enjoy it before you get out of this beautiful tourism city.
Thank you for your time and happy Labour's Day once again. And there you have it, Lily Ajarova, who is the CEO of the Uganda Tourism Board. Now we're speaking matters, tourism, simply because Fort Portal is one of the tourism cities within Uganda. You mentioned cities like Jinja. You won't definitely not go without mentioning Fort Portal. Now, as we continue with our conversation, we're again joined by another gentleman as we speak Labour Justice. Why is that very important? It's part of the theme, and you as a viewer or as a worker on such a day, you need to understand your rights and the fact that you also need justice in the places of work. A very good morning, sir, and you're live on UBC.
Yeah, good morning to you, good morning to all our viewers, and congratulations to all workers of Uganda and workers of the world. This is their day. They should celebrate it. Yeah.
Now, speaking of Labour Day today, looking at the theme that we are having, there's an element of labour justice. If you're to look at it from your side of view, from the side of the law, of what impact does this statement have for our workers today?
This theme was deliberately selected because, put simply, it's about the environment within which a worker is able to unleash his or her full potential. An environment that is not constraining, an environment that is not prohibitive, a decent work environment where the rights of workers are respected, where workers have space to express themselves and their grievances if they have any, where labor disputes can be resolved amicably between the worker and the employer, where a worker is certain of the terms and conditions under which he or she works. So it's about recognizing the value in this individual worker. Although we are talking about respect by the employer, we must also be mindful that not all workers are employed by others. There are also workers that are self-employed. But even for those that are self-employed, I think the big question here is, do you appreciate your worth as an individual, what you are created for and created to achieve? Do you also set targets for yourselves and ensure that you put everything in place that enables you to hit those targets you set for yourselves? How do you value your life? And whatever could constitute a risk in your work environment, how do you deal with it? So before you move even to places where workers are employed either in groups or in smaller numbers, you are looking at the entire environment around the worker and how it enables him or her to deliver or constrains him or her to deliver. But there must also be mechanisms through which disputes, if they arise at the workplace, can be resolved amicably. Because unresolved disputes will impact negatively on the performance of the worker, will impact negatively on the performance of the organization. If it is an organization that is profit-making, clearly you will not be able to make the profits. You will not be able to plow those profits back into growth of the business or improving the conditions of the workers if issues of industrial relations are not given adequate attention. So we are looking broadly at the entire architecture of the work environment and the players in that environment. Government on the one side, of course, provides that enabling environment, the policy environment, the legal framework that enables workers to perform, that enables the economy to function. Then you have the employers who are also part of the tripartite. We normally talk of the social partnership between government on the one hand, the employer and the workers. The workers are mainly their unified voice is brought on table through the unions. So workers must be allowed to organize, workers must be allowed to unionize, and with a collective voice, improve on their bargaining power. Bargaining with government on the one hand, bargaining with the employers on the other hand. So that is the entire framework that we are looking at as we reflect on the theme of this year of improving access to labor justice as a prerequisite to increased productivity. Yeah.
And then lastly, what would be your message to our viewer, to the Ugandans, and then to the workers on this Labor Day?
Our viewers should start by appreciating the fact that without labor, without work, we cannot survive as a people, we cannot survive as families, we cannot survive as a nation. The world would be a worse place than we live in, than we see at the moment. So we must value that person called a worker. We must value work itself. We must inculcate the values of work within our people. And work presupposes that many times, even when you are self-employed, you'll come into contact with other people. So how do you relate with them? How do you then take advantage of the opportunities that are around you through respect of those that you work with, through respect to those that you work for or that work for you? So the message is simple. It revolves around valuing the human being, valuing work. And that is what we would like to reflect on, and that's what we would like to promote as we begin another year that will lead us to celebrations probably next year. We are going to dedicate all our efforts into increasing awareness within our people, within the working population, to see that we get maximum value out of the investment people are making. We must invest in people, we must invest in human capital, because therein lies, I think, the solution to a number of challenges that we are facing at individual level, at homestead level, and at country level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And happy Labor Day to you.
Happy Labor Day to you.
And well, of course, at this particular moment, I would also want to show you something in regards to the fact that there are some there are actually some medals that are being awarded at this moment, but over the journey we are definitely going to be having more conversations as well with members of parliament, workers, representatives, especially so that we can have this conversation on today's Labor Day celebrations. Mukabaro Grounds is where we are standing. Very good morning, Honorable.
Morning. How are you?
Happy Liberation Day.
Happy Liberation Day to all Ugandans.
Okay, looking at today's Labor Day celebration, what would be your message, first of all, to all the Ugandans watching, to the viewers, and all to all the workers in this country?
I think my message to all Ugandans stands on our theme today. Access to labor justice for all Ugandans, skilled, non-skilled, which is very important and prerequisite for increased productivity in the country. That's my message to all Ugandans, that let us all know our rights at workplace. Let's know our entitlements. Let's know, and we should be able to know where to contact when we have issues at workplace. This is very, very important, because once the employers are not happy, there's no productivity.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then also looking at conversations of labor justice. This has been one of the conversations under the same theme. How can the workers get to know their rights, and how can they exercise them at workplaces?
Yeah, first of all, as a ministry, we need to intensify the issue of sensitization of workers' rights, because that's one thing that we have realized it has not been taken down to the ground. And people should also, we're trying to see how we should be able to translate it, because not all workers are educated. So others also should be able to read. Employers, especially investors, should have placards in offices or in the industries, so that these people are able to know that when I'm here, I'm entitled to a salary, I'm entitled to a sick leave. I mean, all those entitlements that they are. And if they have issues, they should also know where they should be able to run when they have a challenge at workplace, for example, when they have disputes. So it's very, very important to intensify sensitization.
Okay. And then what would be your message to the employer out there who's employing quite a number of Ugandans out there? And then also the fact that they also need to respect these rights. At times the employers are left out of these conversations, and yet they are the same people that exploit the workers.
I think the most important thing is that employers should respect and also give Ugandans dignity. This is very, very important, because if these employees are not happy, to be honest, you don't expect a lot of output from their work, and you'll be the one who is going to lose. And you cannot say that you're going to keep changing because they are unskilled laborers. These people can one time turn against the organization or against the industry. And for us, the government of Uganda or the president has already caused enough peace and tranquility in the country. So we don't want to go to a level where workers are being abused and it causes some uprising in the industry. So they have to respect them. They have to be able to talk to them even when they have issues. The most important thing, people have to be human. Let's be human when we are employing these people. And we put ourselves in these people's shoes. It's just being empathetic. It's very, very important, because remember, you're employing a mother who should have been your mother. You're employing a son. You're employing an in-law, whatever category of people, and a disabled person, a youth. We should be able to respect them at workplace, just the way you also. Because when you also came to look for investments in Uganda, we respected you. So I think it's very important for them to give respect and tranquility, and dignity to Ugandans who are working in their industries.
And then lastly, what would be your message to all the Ugandans watching UBC this morning, and then also your message to all those celebrating Labour's Day?
Happy Labour's Day to all Ugandans. It's a very, very important day for us, because it is us who lift the economy of the country. It is us who lifts the education systems in this country. If we don't work, our children are not able to go to school. And there are so many other services that we workers are doing, are laboring out there to make sure that we are supporting the country in so many ways. So our productivity is felt, and it's really, really recognized and accentuated by this government. So happy Labour Day to all workers and also to the employers.
Thank you very much, and happy Labour's Day, Honourable. And there you have it. The beauty about today's celebrations is that we are not only looking at labour justice, but we are looking at the fact that employers and employees really need to understand the rights of those they employ, and also the employees, while at workspaces, need to understand their rights. Reason being that if you understand your rights, the beauty is they will lead to improved productivity while at work. The chances are the increased productivity will as well directly impact and be reflected on how an employee's results will be. Or at the end of the day, it will be very vital and directly impactful to Uganda's economy. Leaving many of that aside, you get to realize also that today being Labour's Day, we are also standing together with our brothers who are migrant workers, or what we could say, those that were externalized away from Uganda. Reason being, these are also fellow Ugandans working away from Uganda. This being an International Labour's Day, we are celebrating all workers, whether self-employed or you are an employee somewhere belonging to an organization, an NGO, a bit private sector, and all of that. So these are conversations that we continue to have here as well. And then also to tell you, in my observation, you get to realize that we have so many government agencies and ministries in attendance today. We also have players from the private sector who are also available here. And what is also happening is the fact that we are having a situation of giving out some medals here, and then you get also realize that some of the medals that are being awarded to some of the employees or some of the workers within the sector that have also been quite important as well. But let's also have a conversation here as well. Hello and happy Labour Day.
Thank you, thank you.
You're live on UBC television. Just quickly, what would be your message to the viewer out there, the private sector players, and everyone celebrating Labour Day?
I think we need to learn to serve above self. That is something that we need to do in whatever sector we are. Even if you're in the private sector, we need to ensure that we offer quality services. We need to ensure that we offer value for money. We need to be compliant. And those in the public service, they really, Labour Day is about, as somebody being employed or serving, how can you be able to do the best to ensure that you create an impact to society.
Okay. And then Labour Day today is looking at labour justice. Yes. Employees understanding their rights. Employers also understanding the rights of those they employ. How important is that?
It's very, very important because we need to live in an environment that has equity and equality for everybody. Being employed, even if it's just a maid at home, as people who have maids at home, they need a right. If somebody is sick, they have a right to say, I can't work, I'm sick. If somebody is pregnant, they have a right to have maternity leave. We should not sack people because they have gotten pregnant. We should not discriminate people because they have HIV/AIDS. And I think also as workers, we need to be able to meet our obligations because employers, if they are paying us money to do a service, we should be able to do it. Okay. Yeah.
Your message to the viewer, to the Ugandan, to the employer, to the employee on such a special day?
I think as a medalist, because I'm receiving a medal today.
She's actually going to receive a medal.
I am so happy because I've been working for the last 20 years, working through Uganda, moving beyond communities as far as Buchimbiri in Chisoro. I've been doing work in Karamoja. I have used my time to talk to Ugandans during my social platforms to be able to be independent and add value to themselves. So I'm very honored that I'm getting an award today. It should be an inspiration to many other young Ugandans out there.
Especially the women.
Yes.
Happy Labour Day to you. Thank you very much. And of course, just to take your attention a little bit, I also want to remind you that now the Vice President of Uganda has also arrived. This retired General, Her Excellency retired General Jessica Alupo is in our presence this particular morning here in Fort Portal. Is it morning? Yes, it's still morning. And you get to also realize that, like I did mention, we are also having awards ongoing here. Many of the players within those who have actually worked over the years, not only in government, and also those who have been very active in the private sector are being awarded gold medals at this particular moment. And of course, I did tell you in my observation here of how we've actually been received in Fort Portal as the parades also continue. We have presentations coming along from various schools that are being represented here on such a day at the Mukabura grounds. But of course, it is also very important for us to celebrate the workers and all the employees, the self-employed, and of course all the employers in the country. Why? Because on such a day, you're looking at things. You're looking at how far you've come as an employer or as an employee. You're looking at your results. You're reflecting. You're trying to stand together with other employers back to the journey where the entire Labour's Day started way back in Chicago. You get to realize that this has been a cause that did not only stay in Chicago, but it's something that was pushed to Uganda, pushed to the world over as a celebration kind of situation whereby we all stand together as employees and of course as workers. Why? Quite important because you get to also try to reflect and see that whether if you're an employee, are your rights being respected? Very important because as we look at labor justice, so access, improving access to labor justice, quite important and very impactful for anyone out there. Now I'm joined by another gentleman. A very good morning, sir. Kindly greet our viewers this morning.
Yes, good morning, viewers. My name is Honorable Nesta Larry. I'm the Assistant Resident City Commissioner, RCC for Porto City.
In simple terms, you're the Assistant RCC for our host city this morning. What does that mean for a city of this stature, a tourism city now hosting the International Labour Day celebrations in Uganda's perspective?
Well, in the first place, I will say that Fort Portal has been gifted this chance of hosting this International Labour Day. And of course, it's very important because it attracts all sorts of people. And of course, that means local economy. It means money is going to be left in the economy of the city. And that is very important for the business community in this city. And of course, the recognition of the city on the international stage, that is also very important for us as Fort Portal City.
Okay. And then also looking forward to the people of Fort Portal, I want to also appreciate the fact that we've been humbly welcomed since yesterday when we turned out here. When you look at the attendance of many people who have come from Kampala and all parts of Uganda to celebrate with you all, what does this mean to you as the people of Fort Portal City, and what message do you have for the visitors?
Well, in the first place, the people of Fort Portal are very good people and they're very welcoming. That is part of our culture. We have a welcoming culture and we are good people. So I know the visitors, including you must be very happy and comfortable in this tourism city. But most importantly, I would like to say that it's a good day. Of course, joining the workers, most especially on this Labor Day, it's very, very important. And of course, we are a developing city. We have just attained the city status. And we are trying to work our way up and see that we improve in everything, from the economy to the employment and all that. Yes.
And then what would be your message to the workers in Uganda? Because as we are celebrating today, I don't want you to only focus on Fort Portal City, however wonderful that is for a statement. But then what would be your message to the Ugandans, also to all the laborers out there?
Well, the message is we have had a challenge of, I would say, bad employers. That has been a problem. Most of the employees don't get their benefits as they should. That is a very big challenge. Benefits from NSSF to etc. They don't get them. The message is, I think we need to keep sensitizing the public, sensitizing the workers. They need to know their rights and demand for what belongs to them. That is what is lacking. I think we still need a few concerted efforts so that we can achieve that. We can achieve that so that the workers can know their rights and demand for what belongs to them. But otherwise, it's good that we are trying to build a country, and to all the workers, I would say thank you for trying to build Uganda.
Is a greetings in Toro here called Orairota, something like that?
That is okay, but in Rutoro we have Empako. Empako yawe, Yangarali, Neyo Nogambe yawe, you'd say Kiki Amoti, I say Tamoti, you say Tarali, Osivirota. That's how we greet in Toro.
Thank you very much, and a happy Labour's Day to you. And there you have it. Of course, when we talk about the people who have actually hosted us this particular morning, you get to realize that it's also important for everybody who is part of the entire conversation to be very, for us to be very inclusive in these conversations that we are having here. And then at the Mukabura grounds, just to give you also a little bit of the fact that when you look at the background here, the beauty about Fort Portal is the fact that we have lots of things that you can look at. We have explorers, or what you could call people who are here to explore Uganda. The beauty also, if you're looking at the fact that it's a tourism city, the chances are very high that Fort Portal does also get something behind it. Now, on the other side, you can easily see that is the parade that is actually going to be welcoming the President of Uganda, who is on his way to Mukabura grounds, by the way, and as we're celebrating this special and pivotal day as well. Schools from Fort Portal are also part of the presentations that we're having. We also have presentations coming along from the Uganda police. And also, if you're moving into Fort Portal just currently, you get to realize that you will be received by different Ugandan flags. Of course, you get to see that Fort Portal has actually welcomed us in ways that is, one would say, they are very hospitable, very welcoming for the people of Fort Portal. And you look at it as one of the few, one of the newest cities that we are currently having here at this particular moment in Uganda. And celebrating Labour's Day on such a day is something that also gives us what we highly expect. But of course, to the people in Kampala, the broadcast house, you also get to realize that they will be giving you more of the details. But not that, because currently what I'm going to definitely do is I'm going to take you to what is happening on stage for the presentations here in Fort Portal. I am Joram Paul Sonko in for UBC at the Mukabura grounds here in Fort Portal.
Binu netora bagaiga baje tukoleki okora kenkaina osasura kenkubebe baje tukoleki abakozi bengi bawere nisungo busasi habera tuyamba baje tukoleki abakozi bengi bawere abo bugabe bw'abantu nitusaba mutuyambe baje tukoleki abakozi bengi bawerekera baje tukoleki abakozi bengi bawerekera Okurato, okurato, abatunyana mwije tugende. Okurato, okurato, abatunyana mwije tugende.
Abana tubasomese nukwe batunge emirimo abebembezi abakuliye enguzi tabatulera mubalege habeho obwinganiza hali omukozi wena ekyo msaita arukukora omukazi nakikora omukozi asasurege mu bwire aho umwira hewa akasimbo
Otamanyani bwita. Hura, otamanyani bwita. Abantu tana timkirabu turana masaja tukwatanize tukora muna mzee Museveni hangale tuligenda maiso. Abantu tana timkirabu turana masaja tukwatanize tukora muna mzee Museveni hangale tuligenda maiso. Nalengera, 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 nalengera. Abantu tena tetegerize. Obugala butere nalengera. Obugama butere nalengera. Abazini mucheke nalengera. Nalengera, nalengera. Nalengera, nalengera. Abantu tena tetegerize. Abantu tena tetegerize. Nalengera, nalengera. Nalengera, nalengera. Nalengera gande nungi. Nalengera gande nungi. Enkumi ibiri amakumi ana.
Thank you, Cherambe girls, for that wonderful performance. Just to remind you, kubaijukia abantu ba Toro, biro 10 haliyo kubara abantu, kubara kiki kitwina n'obwekyo the 9th ebiro mwenda nikiekiro, that is the census night. Please muikale omuka mulinde census ebiro byo mwezi 10 mwebale muno. I want to take this opportunity also to thank the Vice President of Uganda. Thank you for coming to join us, the workers of this country, to celebrate the International Labour Day. On a special note, allow me invite Uganda Police Cultural Troupe, the Kiganda Dance. Welcome, police, and thank you for keeping law and order in this country. I want to thank you, Uganda Police. While for us, we are sleeping, you are busy taking care of us. Thank you, Uganda Police, the IGP. Thank you so much for taking care of this country. Welcome, Uganda Police Troop.
sabalungi tweyaze kangutema abamwongere ssebo twesimya abalungi tweya kangutema abamwongere ssebo twesimya abalungi tweyaze kangutema abamwongere ssebo nyimba mpola mpola temundaba akasigo kangutema abamwongere baba tweyaze abalungi tweyaze kangutema abamwongere ssebo twesimya abalungi twesimye kangutema abamwongere ssebo bayita abalungi bayita emitala w'ennyanja bayita abalungi bayita emitala w'ennyanja bayita abalungi bayita bayitanga ku bbalibbali emitala we bayitanga bayita abalungi bayita bayitanga ku bbalibbali emitala we bayitanga ku lubalama bayitanga ku bbalibbali emitala w'ennyanja bayita abalungi bayita bayitanga ku bbalibbali bayitanga ku lubalama bayitanga ku bbalibbali emitala w'ennyanja bayita abalungi bayita ku bbalibbali emitala w'ennyanja bayita abazinyi bayita emitala w'ennyanja bayita abalungi bayita bayitanga ku bbalibbali emitala w'ennyanja bayita abalungi bayita ku bbalibbali emitala w'ennyanja bayita abalungi bayita bayitanga ku bbalibbali emitala w'ennyanja nga ku lubalama bayitanga ku lubalama bayitanga ku bbalibbali emitala w'ennyanja bayitanga ku bayita abalungi bayita bayitanga ku bbalibbali emitala w'ennyanja bayitanga ku bayita abalungi bayita emitala w'ennyanja bayitanga ku lubalama bayitanga ku bbalibbali emitala w'ennyanja bayitanga ku lubalama bayitanga ku bbalibbali emitala w'ennyanja bayitanga ku lubalama bayitanga ku bbalibbali emitala w'ennyanja bayitanga ku Ojanga no gule mpampe dabada Ninde dabada bango janga no gule mpampe dabada Abandabada ojanga no gule mpampe dabada Bange dabada ojanga no gule mpampe dabada Ninde dabada bada bange janga no gule mpampe dabada Bange dabada dabada na bange dabada Dabada, bango janga no gule mpampe dabada. Babe dabada, o janga no gule mpampe dabada. Yambe dabada, o janga no gule mpampe dabada. Babe dabada, bango janga no gule mpampe dabada. Mulungi munnange obulidde waleeyo mulungi munnange baba ndabirawa baba ndabirawa baba ndabirawa baba ndabirawa atambula genda nange naligenze. Mwogo yesala abalungi n'ababi omwoyo mulondo gw'oyagala gukulondola. Enda mwogo yesala abalungi n'ababi omwoyo mulondo gw'oyagala gukulondola.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure having you back here on our live broadcast of the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation in regards to the Labour's Day celebrations live from Fort Portal. And now joining me this particular morning is the Executive Director of the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Dr. Chris Mukiza, who does join us. But also to tell you we are only left with 8 days to the census. What a time to have him here in Fort Portal. But of course, today is entirely looking at Labour Day. But also he'll give us just a simple update of the census come the 10th of May 2024. A very good morning, Doctor, and a happy Labour's Day.
Happy Labour's Day to you and the viewers.
Well, you're live on UBC. First and foremost, what message do you have for the viewers and all the workers in Uganda?
First of all, I congratulate workers upon reaching this International Labour Day. We have been toiling the whole year. It is refreshing to see that we have reached this Labour Day celebration. I'm one of the workers. Secondly, dear viewers, we are 8 days to the census night of 9th May and 9 days to the first day of enumeration. As you know, the National Population Housing Census will commence on 10th of May 2024, which is a Friday after next Friday, and it will also be a public holiday. The President and Cabinet have already degazetted it as a public holiday to enable us find you at home and to be counted. The importance of census cannot be underestimated.
And also looking at our Labour's Day celebration this time round, Doctor, what would be your message to the employers? You've worked through employment, you as a worker as well. What message do you have for our employers out there who employ the Ugandans on such a day where it's inclusive of everyone in the working environment?
Employees deserve decent work conditions, right from their welfare, how they are cared for in terms of their well-being, and remuneration, facilitation to office, and also allow them freedom to express their views. Employees also yearn for feedback from the employer and employee. We are now moving toward the 360 degrees evaluation. So the employees now can also evaluate the performance of their bosses. That's the modern performance appraisal mechanism. And it's important because it enhances work effort.
Thank you very much, and a happy Labour's Day to you, sir.
Same to you.
Okay, and there you have it with Dr. Chris Mukiza, who is the executive director of the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, also reminding us that on the 10th of May will be a public holiday, so we really need to comply with the Census Day. 9th of May will be Census Night, but of course on the 10th of May it will be Census Day, when the entire country will definitely be counting, or we shall all be counted for during that particular time. So to you, our Ugandan, as we're celebrating Labour's Day, please do know that next week on the 10th, a public holiday is also slated to occur or to happen, so as we can help the government in regards to accountability and matters to do with census. So we are left with 8 days to the census, so you should as well join the government and also be compliant with these government activities that continue to grow on. And of course, live from Fort Portal, we are still here in regards to the celebrations of Labour Day, and of course more presentations are coming along, but also the parade is also in session currently, and that is where I'm going to take you right now so that you can follow up with more details. But nonetheless, we are going to be also having more of the interviews coming along, so as we get to give you messages and then to also look at how impactful such a day is on one, the workers, two, the employer, and of course the entire working environment in Uganda as well. Now also I do have another special guest that is joining me here this particular time as we talk matters Labour's Day. A very good morning, ma'am, and you are live on UBC this particular morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I'm Agnes Kimwa Atuoki. I'm the chairperson for Women Workers, Uganda Public National Organization of Trade Unions, NOTU.
Okay. Looking at Labour's Day, what message can you give to the viewers and especially the women who are in the working environment?
Yeah, my message is we want our women to know their rights. We want to sensitize our women. We want to build capacity of women to ensure that they know their rights, because they are the most vulnerable and used at workplaces. There is a lot of sexual harassment. There is a lot of unfairness when it comes to employment. They look at the many roles a woman have, and they deny a woman the right to work. At the same time, when it comes to workers going abroad, most of our women who are given domestic work, people are given domestic work are women. And these women are mistreated. We have rescued so many from Arab countries, particularly. They are mistreated. They are not taken like human beings. There is a lot of injustice for a woman, about a woman. So we need equity. We need justice. We need our lawyers to come up and defend and protect our women. The Constitution is very clear. We are recognized in the Constitution because a third of our representation are women. But when it comes to job opportunities and other things, we are given a second chance. But now, first of all, we want to appreciate our President, His Excellency the President of Uganda, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for giving us at least our balancing from upstairs. We want to appreciate him so much. We have a Vice President, we have a Prime Minister, we have a Speaker, we are women. We want to appreciate him to balance us. I wish all the employers and all other workers the employers particularly, can embrace what the President is doing to ensure that our women enjoy all the rights like the men. Remember, it is the woman who produces everyone. Because if women don't produce people, if we don't have labor, they don't produce, we not have labor. So they need a conducive environment to ensure that there is continuity in productivity. Action is God-given.
Republic of Uganda, General Museveni area.
continue to welcome all of you. And of today's I have to say it's very, very, very crucial
International Labour Day is celebrated every year on 1st May. This day is commemorated in appreciation of the contribution of workers to national development. It is also used to raise consciousness on the importance of promoting and protecting the rights of workers. This year, the national celebrations will be held at Mukabura Grounds, Fort Portal City, under the theme Improving Access to Labour Justice, a prerequisite for increased productivity. Join us on Wednesday, 1st May, as we bring you the celebrations live on UBC, Inspiring Uganda.
On Wednesday, the 1st of May 2024, Uganda will join the rest of the world to commemorate the International Labour Day, a day celebrated to recognize the contribution of labour towards the social, economic and political development of the country. This year's celebrations will be held at Mukabura Grounds in Fort Portal City on the theme Improving Access to Labour Justice, a prerequisite for increased productivity. The celebrations will be cast live on UBC TV, all our radio stations and social media platforms. Don't miss. Happy Labour Day.
International Labour Day is celebrated every year on 1st May. This day is commemorated in appreciation of the contribution of workers to national development. It is also used to raise consciousness on the importance of promoting and protecting the rights of workers. This year, the national celebrations will be held at Mukabura Grounds, Fort Portal City, under the theme Improving Access to Labour Justice, a prerequisite for increased productivity. Join us on Wednesday, 1st May, as we bring you the celebrations live on UBC, Inspiring Uganda.
On Wednesday, the 1st of May 2024, Uganda will join the rest of the world to commemorate the International Labour Day, a day celebrated to recognize the contribution of labour towards the social, economic and political development of the country. This year's celebrations will be held at Mukabura Grounds in Fort Portal City on the theme Improving Access to Labour Justice, a prerequisite for increased productivity. The celebrations will be cast live on UBC TV, all our radio stations and social media platforms. Don't miss. Happy Labour Day.
International Labour Day is celebrated every year on 1st May. This day is commemorated in appreciation of the contribution of workers to national development. It is also used to raise consciousness on the importance of promoting and protecting the rights of workers. This year, the national celebrations will be held at Mukabura Grounds, Fort Portal City, under the theme Improving Access to Labour Justice, a prerequisite for increased productivity. Join us on Wednesday, 1st May, as we bring you the celebrations live on UBC, Inspiring Uganda.
Kadu, you are welcome. Brother Oprong, the General Secretary of Media Union, thank you for coming. The President of Nurses Union, represented by Habyarimana Peter, you are most welcome. Bwambale William, you are most welcome. Once again, allow me recognize the Chief Technical Officer at DILO Uganda, Brother Stephen Opio, You are most welcome, and thank you, ILO, for always standing with the workers of this country. Enable, thank you for coming, and thank you for supporting workers of this country. Again, allow me to recognize our two judges of Industrial Court. You have done a lot, and I know the Lord you have. Thank you so much, the lead judge, Justice Linda Tumusime, and Justice Anthony Wabuire. We are grateful and thank you so much for always being there for the workers and administering justice. Brother Mukasa Henry, the General Secretary of Fisheries Union, you are most welcome. Kiria, General Secretary of Markets Union, you are most welcome. I want to take this opportunity to say that you have fought for these workers, and I believe that together, under the tripartite arrangement, we shall always deliver our mandate. Thank you so much, trade unionists who have come here, and I want, on a special note, once again, to thank the people of Toro. Abanya Toro, mwebale muno omukoro gunu mugukozere kurungi. It is a very good ceremony which we believe that abantu ba Toro mukozere kigi. Mwebale muno kyonka mutewa kugenda ha census. The census nice ebiro mwenda hokurara mulinde obwire mwikaleyo bababali. When they do census, that's when the government is able to plan for us. So let's take this census as a very serious note. Allow me also welcome Nakalembe Margaret and Akechi Gloria, all from Women League Notu. Thank you so much, people of Toro. Mwebale muno. Abakozi ba majani nywena nitubatangira mwebale tuinanywe hamu. I want also to recognize Omukama Ruhanga Wobusobozi Bishaka. Thank you for coming, and we welcome you to this celebration. We want to take this opportunity as workers of this country to continue celebrating this International Labour Day. And I want to applaud government, and especially His Excellency, for always celebrating this International Labour Day with the workers. You have always been here wherever there is International Labour Day. We cannot take it for granted. Thank you so much, His Excellency.
Time has come. We congratulate. We congratulate all our exhibitors for the job well done. I request we all stand as we honor our national obligations.
Salam ya Rais. Heshima top.
Mkuu, gwaride iliyopo mbele yako ya kusherehekea siku ya kimataifa ya wafanyakazi andaliwa kwa heshima yako na jeshi la ulinzi na wanajeshi wa Uganda, jeshi la watunza sheria na amri, jeshi magereza na askari waangalizi wa mbuga za wanyamapori wamejipanga kwa mistari mitatu, vikundi 27 tayari kwa ukaguzi wako, Mheshimiwa Rais.
His Excellency the President is proceeding to inspect the parade. These are some statistical reminders that Uganda population has grown from 5 million persons in 1948 to 47 million persons as of May 2024. The females are 51% and the males are 49%. Our national censuses, this being the 7th, the first one was held 1948 and over 5 million, 1969 were 9.5 million, 1986 were 14.7 million, 1991 were 16.7 million, 2002 were 24.2 million, 2014 were 34 million, and right now we are projecting we are 47 million Ugandans.
The government of Uganda has created an enabling environment for increased investment as a way of expanding employment opportunities and household incomes in the country. By June 2022, the total electricity generational capacity had surged to 1,675.7 megawatts, a significant leap from the 60 megawatts recorded in 1986. With respect to road infrastructure, the paved road network has to expanded from 1,000 kilometers in 1986 to 6,133 kilometers as of June 2023. The health sector too has also made remarkable progress, leading to an increase in life expectancy by 20 years in a single generation. Life expectancy has risen from 43 years in 1991 to 63.7 years in financial year 2021-2022. The developments highlighted above, as well as those in other sectors such as security, education, regional integration, ICT, and foreign policy, have led to a firm foundation for economic transformation. Thus too, the number of employed persons has grown from 8.9 million in 2016-2017 to 10 million in 2021 as per the National Labor Survey, Labor Force Survey 2021, which with paid employment nearly doubling from 1.75 million to 3.43 million. The growth in paid employment, however, has been accompanied by an increase in the labor disputes, negatively impacting labor production. So addressing these disputes through effective management practices is indeed crucial to sustaining Uganda's economic development momentum. Once again, you are all most welcome for this year's International Labour Day celebrations here in Mukabura grounds, Fort Portal Tourism City.
Thank you, my co-MC. First of all, allow me recognize the chairman LOC1 of this village, Mr. Mujuni Boniface Amoti. Webale muno kututangira mukikaro kyawe nitukusima habwentegeka yona. Webale muno chairman LOC1. Allow me also welcome more trade union leaders who are here. Brother Dennis Aloro from Transport Union, together with your General Secretary, who is a member of the Executive Board, and I had earlier introduced him, the Treasurer, Jonathan Alipan. Thank you so much for coming for this day's International Labour Day. I want also to take this opportunity to welcome all of the religious leaders. Thank you for coming to celebrate with us, and always for praying for this nation. You are so special that you always dedicate your time to pray for this country. I want to say thank you so much for coming to pray with us. On a special note, allow me thank the parade. Thank you for the good parade you always perform for us. The workers of this country are missing out, and I want to request the government that since COVID is long gone, please let us lift the restriction so that workers are able also to participate in this Labour Day. Thank you so much.
For information, our parade commander today is Lieutenant Colonel William Mugabe. The parade twice is Major HB Kaganda. Our Karapate, our Karapate is commanded by Captain PJ Eguru, and twice is Captain Dixon Mbizuchire. Our directors of music, we have Colonel MW Sentong of UPDF. We have Senior Superintendent of Police, Okuyo Ked Stephen, of Uganda Police. And for prisons, we have Superintendent of Prisons, Tugume. Our parade today is mounted by UPDF, Uganda Police Force, Uganda Prison Service, and Uganda Wildlife Authority. By the looks, His Excellency is finalizing the inspection of the parade and coming to the inspection of the band, and then we continue with the rest of the program. And we continue to appeal to you to inform everybody and ensure that everybody is counted. On the 9th, on the night of 9th, and this process will continue up to 19th of May.
Mheshimiwa Rais, huo ndio mwisho wa ukaguzi wa gwaride. Naomba na kuendelea na gwaride, Mheshimiwa Rais.
May we all rise to receive the President. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, as he has completed his inspection of the parade for the Labor Day function. Once again, Your Excellency, you are welcome. As His Excellency is going to take his seat, we want to request all medalists to be in one tent in order to minimize crisscrossing. Thank you. All those of you who are medalists, ensure that we are in the medalist tent to minimize. At this note, permit me, Your Excellency, to invite our religious leaders to come and lead us in a word of prayer as the motto of our country states, for God and my country. Thank you.
Let us stand up and pray, humble ourselves and pray by standing up. Our Heavenly Father, I want to thank you for the gift of this day and for bringing us safely to Fort Portal for these national celebrations of International Labor Day. Thank you, Lord, for the chief guest, the President of this country, that has arrived safely, and all the dignitaries that are here in their respective capacities. Thank you for the workers and everybody that's been invited to attend this function. So we commit into your hands as we begin this function, Lord, that you begin with us. We pray for all the activities and programs as scheduled, that everything will go on well as planned. Be with us, Lord. Bless our country. Bless us as workers. Be faithful in whatever we do. Promote the good of this country. So we thank you and pray that you have heard us, because we have prayed through Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
As we celebrate this distinguished occasion of International Labor Day, I pray with the names of the beautiful names of the Almighty Lord, the Lord of the creation, with the guidance from the Holy Quran and authentic teachings of our beloved Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, that calls for hard work. Quran chapter 62 verse 10, the Almighty says, then after prayer is finished, you may disperse through the land and seek the bounty of Allah through hard working and other engagements. And remember Allah that you may be successful. The Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is reported to have said that no one has ever eaten food better than that which his hands has earned. Indeed, the Prophet of God, David, peace be upon him, used to eat from the earnings of his hands. O Lord, reunite our nation around the principles of justice, peace, love, and faith. Put peace and love in our hearts and diversity that makes our nation so beautiful. Most merciful, we pray for our nation to remain tolerant and loving, remove prejudice from our hearts, and allow us to love our brothers and sisters in humanity. Allow our government to remain accountable to the people. Give them vision and wisdom as they take decisions affecting the economy of our country, so that they may advance the welfare of our nation and deal kindly and justly with our communities. O Lord the Almighty Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala, we bless you. We pray to you to bless our people of Uganda with ethics of hard work and focus on developing their country. Distance our people of Uganda from societal evils such as corruption, laziness, and failing to fulfill duties and responsibilities entrusted upon them. We thank you, our Lord Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala, for having blessed our country with a visionary leader, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who has led our country to a working economy through peace, security, and tranquility that was ushered in through his struggle and his fellow freedom fighters. May you, Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala, bless him with good health and his family and protect them from all sorts of evils. Ameen.
Thank you so much, our religious leaders. The theme, Your Excellency, the theme for this Labour Day is improving access to labour justice, a prerequisite for increased productivity. We proceed with the program, Your Excellency, and next is the parade having a march past in both slow and quick time. Take us through the next phase.
Snap the gunner! Wake up! Walinda kapita mbele kwa heshima, kwa mwendo wa pole na mwendo wa haraka. Kikundi cha kwanza, kiongozi watatu kwa ujumla, kulina kushata akiuka.
We rise to the colors. Your Excellency, we can resume our seats. we rise in honor of the colors. We may resume our seats, Your Excellency and distinguished guests.
Uganda, wake up! Wanatanyosha mstari usakat! Usakat! Mstari nyosha! Tasonga mbele kwa heshima, kwa mwendo wa haraka, msakat, mbele, tembea. Salam ya Rais, heshima tu. Kofia kichwani tu. Gwaride tatoa shangwe kwa Rais wa Jamhuri wa Uganda, wananchi wa Uganda, jeshi la ulinzi la wananchi wa Uganda. Viva Rais wa Uganda! Viva wananchi wa Uganda! Viva jeshi la ulinzi la wananchi wa Uganda! Kofia kichwani, wake up! Badilisha slip! Go! Put it! Agaza!
Thank you very much, our parade commander and the band for that march past. Your Excellency, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, once again, you are most welcome to this year's International Labour Day celebrations here at Mukabura, Fort Portal Tourism City, which is running on the theme of improving access to labor justice, a prerequisite to increased productivity. you are most welcome. Your Excellency, please allow me invite a welcome poem from Chebambe Girls. Chebambe Girls.
Our revered and loving President, honorable and distinguished guests, today's laborers, lay back and enjoy as we, your stars and Bazukulu from Chebambe Girls present to you a poem entitled
Labor Justice, a path to increase productivity.
Try as we might, productivity continues to flop. Fight with all our might, but workers' zest continues to drop. We glare hopelessly as the abyss of low productivity engulfs our nation. Workers' voices are silenced and their safety compromised. Their physical and mental well-being distorted by exploitation. So, their spirits shrink and creativity lessens to either toil through unfavorable working conditions
or suffer joblessness and poverty
are the only options. We then dart our eyes, left and right, point our fingers, north and south, in a fit to find where to place the blame for the low productivity that has made Uganda lame. Look no further. The cause is limited access to labor justice.
Yes, this stigmatized yet potent topic must be addressed for improved productivity to be faced. Even though the saying goes, jitihada zafuwa dafu. Today's laborers work hard, yet they earn less, cheated all the way through. But our dear grandfather, Museveni, is not at rest. He too has seen the affliction and stood up to the test.
Transparency and open communication channels have been upgraded.
Lifestyle auditing has been implemented. Heavy penalties for employee mismanagement have been amended. And sensitization of workers about their rights has been planted by him to shine the light of labor justice in the darkness of oppression, because a justly treated worker is a productive worker.
To promote democracy, our loving president has done his best. It is now up to us not to stand at rest by making sure all workers are paid justly and in time, that they are given clear terms and conditions by which they can abide. As laborers' rights dispel chances of exploitation. All this is a prerequisite for socio-economic transformation, because when provided with the right environment,
production bloom like flowers in the summer.
Creativity and new businesses will rise like a tide that was under. The nearly extinguished enterprises will resurrect and grow broader, and new technologies will be adopted to make the quality of produce better.
To portray patriotism, we now beckon the rest of the nation to stand with our president in this country's rejuvenation, because for increased productivity to occur, access to labor justice must conquer. Mukweka Mastawa Bagara for God and my country. Let's go.
Your Excellency, using my talent, since this is Labor Day, I present to you a portrait and hope that you will like it.
Wow, Chebambe Girls, wow. Thank you for doing the girl child proud. Thank you, thank you. And thank you once again for hailing the President and the government of Uganda for ensuring that there is access to labor justice and that we can do much, much more to ensure that more and more workers are able to access a labor justice and also increase on the productivity of our motherland, Uganda. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much, Chebambe Girls. Thank you, Your Excellency, for supporting the girl child and ensuring that they are also part of the production process. Thank you. Our next group, Your Excellency, and our dear invited guests, is from Kiriamasika Primary School with a welcome song.
Abai Zukurba WhatsApp, Abai Zukurba.com, Abai Zukuru Mutewa Mzee. Of the land growing and the Waba Kozi, Lakana Maskele, Cherry Ganda, Bana Kaba, all of the day, or to Gonzalo, Dominicata, Hanamu, over Raya, from Hanakatano, always say as you Kitwana, Mama, and Sawan Maika, all women Magona will have to go, as soon as Kitunga, Madame Mary Kumi, look what Tunga at Sapot Bazaho. Abai Zukurba WhatsApp, Abai Zukurba.com, Abai Zukurba.com.
Please. Thank you, Kinyamasika girls, for that cultural dance and for maintaining okulinda obuhangwa bwa Toro. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for coming to celebrate with the workers of this country the International Labour Day. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. We also realize, Your Excellency, that every Labour Day you have been with us. You have taken off time to come and celebrate with us this main important day as Uganda joins the rest of the world to celebrate this day. We want to thank you, Your Excellency, also for creating the enabling environment for us workers to continue working peacefully together with your security personnel. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, my name is Richard Bigirwa. I'm the Secretary General of the National Organization of Trade Unions, NOTU. Your Excellency, at this juncture, allow me invite the Chairman General of National Organization of Trade Unions, NOTU, Brother Musa Okello, to give the workers' speech. Brother Musa Okello, you are welcome. Your Excellency, as Brother Musa Okello comes, I want to take this opportunity to let you know that on December 5th, NOTU went to the polls and the new leadership was ushered in. Therefore, there comes Musa Okello, who is the Chairman General of the National Organization of Trade Unions. I want also to take this opportunity to recognize Emeritus Chairman General of NOTU, Brother Asha Wilson Owere, is with us here. So that shows that the election was peaceful. Thank you for coming, Brother Asha Wilson Owere. Your Excellency, we want also to thank you for always being with us. Your Excellency, the workers of this country have one request. In the past, they used to be part of the parade, but of recently, because of COVID restrictions, this has ever since been scrapped. Your Excellency, we want to request that since COVID is long gone, that this parade be reinstated. We request you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, we also want to thank you for appointing the State Minister of Labor, Esther Nyakuni. Honorable Esther Nyakuni, you are welcome to Labor Fraternity. 2 months ago, we met with Esther Nyakuni in Geneva discussing the issues of refugee workers in Uganda. I did not know that she was coming to Ministry of Labor. Honorable Nyakuni, you are most welcome to the Ministry of Labor ever since. Thank you so much.
Your Excellency, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tibuhaburwa, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Her Excellency the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, my Lord the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors and High Commissioners, the cultural leaders, the Members of Parliament, all employers represented by the Federation of Uganda Employers, the labor union leaders present, leaders of religious and civil society organizations, all workers in your respective capacities, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, allow me to convey to you very warm greetings from the National Organization of Trade Unions. On behalf of the workers of Uganda, I would like to inform you, sir, that we have new leadership at the National Organization of Trade Unions. That we have new leadership at the National Organization of Trade Unions as manifested by the face that is delivering this year's workers' speech. We held very successful elections on the 5th of December 2023, which resulted into this leadership. It is therefore my pleasure, Your Excellency, on this May Day to address you and the world at large as we commemorate the International Labour Day under the theme, Increased Access to Labour Justice, a Prerequisite of Improved Productivity. Your Excellency, allow me to put this year's theme into perspective. In the world of work, capital employs labor to create value. Where good industrial relation exists, this happens in a relationship between employees, represented by their unions, and employers, as represented by their federation. This helps to achieve good industrial relationship and labor justice. Labor productivity, on the other hand, consists of output per worker or per hour worked. Capital employs labor for profit, while labor depends on capital for her well-being or survival. The approach to balancing production and appropriation is what comes out as labor justice. Labor justice is embedded in good capital-labor relationship. Therefore, improving access to labor justice is to increase cordial relations between the aspirations of the capital provider, the employer, and those of the employee, the worker. And this is not only morally good, but also a necessity for promoting labor productivity and economic growth. This theme, Your Excellency, comes in handy when our country, under your strategic leadership, is steadily progressing into the middle income level with growing industrial, tourism, service, agriculture, and other productive sectors. I would like to appreciate you, sir, for the guaranteed peace and security in the country that you and the team of gallant men and women in uniform have provided to our country from border to border. This has facilitated investment and therefore job creation, from where Ugandans are bound to benefit greatly. Furthermore, sir, we thank you for your interventions of promoting investment, both foreign and local. Your endless efforts to woo foreign investors and facilitate local investment through approaches like convenient and affordable capital, designation of industrial parks, and free trade zones is indeed appreciated. Workers of Uganda are deeply grateful to you and your government for the various labor law reforms aimed at bettering the working environment. We particularly appreciate you for assenting to, 1, the NSSF Act that was amended to provide for midterm access and introduce more products to the fund, the Markets Act as amended, and the many other laws under review, including the Employment Act, Workman's Compensation, the Labor Unions Act, and others. In a special way, sir, we wish to appreciate you and your government for the ratification of ILO Convention 190, which addresses issues related to harassment in the world of work. Your Excellency, sir, we also thank you for the continued consideration and promotion of affirmative action, especially in promoting the well-being of special interest groups, including women, people with disability, the youth, the elderly, and of course the workers. This has been done through the government's various programs such as youth livelihood programs, parish development model, EMIOGA, and now the GROW program that have specific focus to the various special interest groups. We, however, wish to draw your attention and express our disappointment and fears that in all those good programs, sir, we the workers as a special interest groups have most of the time been excluded. Something we would like to request you, sir, and plead with you to reconsider. Your Excellency, sir, allow me on behalf of the workers of Uganda to particularly draw your attention to the following concerns: casualization and outsourcing of jobs. Sir, while government has done so much to create job opportunities through promotion of investments, we wish to let you know that many of these jobs can be described as precarious, with no job security, no occupational safety, and no social protection. Our observation is that they are more or less modern slavery and cannot help to alleviate poverty as per your government's development agenda. Your Excellency, sir, some employers are perpetuating exploitation with impunity and ought to be called to order. Labor Day commemoration has its roots in the struggle for workers' rights, a struggle that spans generations across continents, from early battles for an 8-hour workday, for safety requirements, to the ongoing efforts to combat discrimination and ensure equal pay for work of equal value. It is therefore not just a holiday, but it is a moment to reflect on the struggles and agonies of the workers, to recognize the dignity of work, and to reaffirm our commitment to fair treatment, decent wages, and safe working conditions for all. But to Your Excellency, labor export and externalization. Your Excellency, sir, this new trend of exporting labor and/or externalization of labor, especially to the Gulf countries, is in a rapid rise. It has, however, both positive and negative results. We are cognizant of the revenue our country earns from labor export and the transformation of lives of some of your Bazukulu, sir. However, despite this, the cries of some Ugandans who are trafficked, abused by either the agents or employers, sometimes including instances of extreme torture, assault, molestation, among other inhuman forms of treatment, is still existent. We thank you, sir, for the efforts towards enacting laws that attempt to address these challenges. We wish to request for urgent formulation of robust laws to regulate the industry and offer timely justice to some of our young people who may find themselves in the hands of wrong people. Number 3, sir, the Industrial Court. Your government in 2014 established the Industrial Court of Uganda at the level of a high court to handle labor issues in the country. This was a great step in the effort to achieve labor justice, noting the desperate desires of over 20 million Ugandan workers who need to be guaranteed a just working environment. We thank you, sir. Workers of Uganda are happy about the roles of this specialized court. Whereas it is not a court of original jurisdiction but only handles cases after referral, the court averagely records 2,950 cases per year. This has created a backlog of over 3,000 cases and a judge case log of over 1,294 cases annually. Your Excellency, sir, this situation is worsened by the lack of required number of judges at the Industrial Court. There are currently only 2 judges out of the 5, as provided in the Labor Disputes and Arbitrations Act. The court has only 1 registrar out of the stipulated 3, and they work with a very thin support staff on temporary basis. It is our humble appeal to you, sir, that the Judicial Service Commission recruits or deploys the remaining 3 judges for this court, and that Public Service Commission recruits all the support staff to enable the efficient operation of this court. When a matter has been determined by this court and one is not satisfied with the judgment, they can only resort to the Court of Appeal. This is because there is no specialized labor appellant court yet in this country. We request for the establishment of an appellant industrial court in Uganda. Further, this court currently shares premises with the offices of women and children, limiting its desired space for effective operation and development. Your Excellency, we pray that you will find some spacious land or secure operating space for this very vital institution, including considering the establishment of regional court circuits that would help take labor justice nearer to the Ugandan workers instead of operating only from a faraway place in Kampala. Your Excellency, sir, the staggered operations of this court has direct impact to the economy, as in many times the value of money under delayed conclusion of claims are locked, especially in banks, limiting supply of money and therefore contributing to undue inflation in the economy. We pray for all the necessary timely support to allow full and smooth operation of this court. Number 4, Your Excellency, allow me bring to your attention the unrest among traders in Kampala and in other urban centers in this country. Your Excellency, sir, workers and businesses in Kampala and other urban areas around the country closed down their businesses from Wednesday 16th, 2024. In protest for a number of issues, including alleged multiple...
Go! Panic!
They did this in protest for a number of issues, including alleged multiple taxation on the same items, hurried introduction and implementation of the electronic fiscal receipting and invoicing system, heavy fines against non-compliance to the use of IFRIS, unfair business competitions, among other operational challenges. We wish to thank you, sir, for the audience you accorded them to listen to their concerns. We are also thankful for the short-term measures you have provided on some of the issues, including suspension of all fines on IFRIS non-compliance. Your Excellency, I'm sure you know that Uganda is ranked as one of the most entrepreneurial countries, with many people starting businesses, but unfortunately, over half of these businesses hardly survive to see their first birthday, meaning there is high levels of business failures in the country. It is not surprising, sir, that even the government-operated enterprises from time to time appear in Parliament seeking recapitalization and or bailout to manage their outstanding obligations and stabilize their operations. The same situation is what the private sector is facing. We therefore request that you allow a deeper consideration of some of the issues raised by business owners relating to costs of operation and taxation. This applies to even people in agriculture. For example, here where we are, the people in the tea industry are crying. Some of the industries have actually closed down as we speak now, Your Excellency. Sir, allow me bring to your attention your friends, the market vendors. Your Excellency, the NRM government has built now close to 590 markets across different districts of Uganda. Many jobs have been created, improving livelihoods of many Ugandans. We appreciate especially the infrastructure developments in the markets. This significant development has been reinforced by the recent enactment of the Markets Act 2022. We, however, have our attention drawn to the following issues that might call for your personal attention, Your Excellency, sir. Some of your common men and women whose livelihoods rotates around the markets have been unfairly pushed out of markets by some powerful people, including with the involvement of some local government authorities. Many times the vendors are charged considerably prohibitively high amounts to the detriment of their small businesses. We would like to appeal to you on behalf of these small business people and market vendors to institute some investigation into these outcries. Number 6, Your Excellency, harmonization of salaries in public service, including public universities and other critical areas. We would like to appreciate your commitment to enhance workers' salaries, starting with the scientists. This approach started about 3 years ago. We hope that the plan for enhancing salaries for all public servants will be expedited to improve motivation and overall productivity. Indeed, Your Excellency, your men and women in the humanities are eagerly waiting for your long-time promise. Specific to public universities, sir, we understand that some money was recently released by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to enable managements of these institutions to close the gaps in salary scales of their employees. We are very grateful for this effort, and it is our hope that this will go a long way in improving industrial relations and the performance in the institutions. Unfortunately, sir, we have learned that some of the managers in these institutions seem to feel that harmonization will give workers too much money, and they want to divert this money and instead use it for other programs. This plot should not be allowed because it may derail what has so far been achieved. Your Excellency, allow me to address myself to the enforcement of existing laws. Enforcement mechanisms and penalties for employers who engage in unlawful practices should be activated. In June 2018, the unions in the public sector signed a collective bargaining agreement with government, which would have seen the workers in the public service have their salaries rise by close to 70%. Unfortunately, this agreement was only implemented halfway. Sir, a collective bargaining agreement is a very critical instrument in creating harmony between the employer and the employees. I therefore would like to request you, sir, to direct the responsible people in the ministries to give due attention to this process by facilitating dialogue and collective bargaining between employers and workers. These mechanisms can help to foster a culture of mutual respect and cooperation in the workplace. The legal frameworks and enforcement mechanisms should be strengthened to protect workers from exploitation and abuse. Workers' fundamental rights such as fair wages, equal pay for work of equal value, health and safety, safe working conditions, and freedom from discrimination should be jealously guarded. All the labor laws we have in this country, including the recently amended ones, have their foundation in Article 29, Section 1E, and 40, Section 3 of the Constitution of Uganda as amended. Sir, I would like to briefly talk about climate change. Climate change is becoming a serious labor issue, and we would like to seek for partnership in a tripartite agreement to engage in the current mechanisms under organized labor to combat climate change. We have the capacity to develop tree nursery beds in all districts of Uganda and distribute seedlings to the communities for planting, if only we can get your support. Your Excellency, sir, we've been here since Sunday, and yesterday we participated in tree planting in this city. We planted about 100 trees. There is an issue of child labor which I am told might take us to the ILO soon. So Your Excellency, we might request you to interest yourself in this matter. Now, as I conclude, corruption. Your Excellency, our country is riddled with the increasing vice of corruption. And we are constrained to believe that it is partly because of deteriorating and poor working culture, unethical conduct, the unfairness in remuneration, among others. The high corruption levels have undermined national development efforts through shoddy public works and services, loss of colossal sums of money to graft. As National Organization of Trade Unions, we would like to request you, sir, that allow us to participate in the fight against corruption. Final, as I close, Your Excellency, last year on 1st May in Namutumba, you did promise that you would find time to meet the leaders of workers in this country. We believe you have been very busy, but we would like to request you once again for this opportunity so that some of these things we do not have to bring them here. We can share them with you before we come here. Your Excellency, we actually believe that even the ongoing discussions on merging of government agencies and parastatals to cut administrative costs is possibly a result of corruption. We believe that as a country, we need to instead focus more on reducing or eliminating corruption and the high loss of public funds to graft. Your Excellency, the National Organization of Trade Unions pledges to work with you. In conclusion, Your Excellency, the workers of this country are ready to support government programs to the extent of mobilizing all workers and the communities where they work to embrace all government initiatives geared towards economic development. I thank you once again, Your Excellency, for your great leadership and for listening to me. Happy Independence Day for God and my country.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman General Notu, Brother Musa Okello. Your Excellency, allow me to take this opportunity to invite people who employ us, and those are our employers through their federation, Uganda, Federation of Uganda Employers. I want to take this opportunity to invite the chairman of Federation of Employers to come and give his speech. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency, the Vice President, Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, His Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Her Lordship, the Deputy Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Deputy Prime Ministers, religious, traditional and cultural leaders, the Secretary General of NRM, the Leader of Opposition in Parliament, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors and High Commissioners, Honorable Members of Parliament, employers and trade union leaders, distinguished guests, the press, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Federation of Uganda Employers, Your Excellency, I'm delighted to convey a warm reception and welcome to you, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, here at Mukabura grounds in Fort Portal, Tourism City, to preside over the International Labor Day celebrations. Your Excellency, allow me to start by thanking you heartily for creating time to be with us on this important occasion, as we recognize and appreciate our gallant workers for their contribution to national development, as well as the International Labour Organization for having maintained and developed a system of international labor standards that promote opportunities for all people to obtain decent and productive work in conditions of freedom, equity, security, and dignity. Your Excellency, I would like to recognize and appreciate my fellow employers for sustaining the lives of thousands of workers and their families by creating jobs for them. In addition, employers play a pivotal role in the socio-economic transformation of our country through investment in the provision of goods and services, besides being the principal taxpayers, which taxes finance public service and socio-economic infrastructure development. We therefore reaffirm our commitment to upholding the principle of social justice for which ILO was founded through enhancing decent work for sustainable development. Your Excellency, the theme of this year's Labor Day is improving access to labor justice, a prerequisite for increased productivity. Your Excellency, this theme aligns well with our mandates as the Federation of Uganda Employers. Our mission as employers' organization is to enhance employers' competitiveness through policy advocacy, provision of business support services, fostering sustainable employment relations, and job creation. Ladies and gentlemen, access to justice is more than just improving an individual's access to courts of law or guaranteeing legal representation. It is the ability of a person to seek and obtain remedy for grievances through formal and informal institutions of justice in compliance with human rights standards. Your Excellency, as the Federation of Uganda Employers, we mainly focus on prevention of disputes at workplace. One of the key aspects of a labor dispute system is try to keep people out of court, which helps to maintain sustainable labor relations, reduces the cost of expensive legal proceedings, and contributes to economic productivity. In this regard, we have continuously provided training and guidance to employers, including encouraging them to prioritize the well-being of employees and creation of a workplace environment in which employees can feel safe, engaged, inspired, and productive. Ladies and gentlemen, at the Federation, we have created awareness among employers on the application of social dialogue and always encouraging them to resolve any dispute that may arise at workplace in a non-confrontational way through alternative dispute resolution in form of either negotiation, reconciliation, mediation, or arbitration as provided for in the laws of Uganda. Your Excellency, I think if this approach was pursued, the high pressure which the union chairperson was presenting here of so many courts would probably not be as much as he's doing it. Your Excellency, employers appreciate your being a good listener and considerate. For instance, when Parliament passed the National Health Insurance Scheme Bill 2019 and recently the Employment Bill 2022, with some clauses in those bills which were not only unfair to employers, but in disregard of the employer's position, which we had clearly presented to the parliamentary committees on health and that on gender, labor, and social development, respectively, we expressed our dissatisfaction with such clauses in the said bills, and Your Excellency listened to our concerns. As a result, you sent back those bills to Parliament for further consultation and debate. Indeed, justice cannot be for one side alone, but it must be for both, the employee and the employer. Your Excellency, allow me to raise 3 issues as I conclude. The first issue is the issue of the informal economy. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue of the growing informality in Uganda has remained an issue of great concern to employers. According to recent research, the informal economy accounts for 75% of the total employment space in Uganda. In addition, about 85% of the working women and 92% of the youth entering the workforce are all employed in this informal economy. As you may be aware, Your Excellency, decent work goes beyond just having a job, to include protection of rights at work, social dialogue, and social protection. However, majority of the work in this informal economy is insecure, poorly paid, and often unsafe, and therefore absence of decent work. Your Excellency, this informality has become synonymous with poverty, tax evasion, and the avoidance of regulation, yet it offers some growth opportunities beyond survival in the absence of other supportive structures or opportunities, and it is linked to wider economic systems. Such challenges and issues in the informal economy need to be addressed collectively with collective wisdom and effort to support the gradual process of the transition of this informal economy, business to formality. Your Excellency, the Federation of Ugandan Employers remain committed to strengthening the existing partnership and social dialogue with your government. Together we can explore positive ways to address this problem of informality in the country. Issue number 2, Your Excellency, is the challenge of declining prices of tea and the issue of the living wage as issue number 3. Your Excellency, the continuous decline in tea prices, one of the strategic cash crops earmarked in the country's national development plan, which crop especially grown in this region where we are and other regions of the country, is an issue of great concern to all of us as it threatens the livelihood of many Ugandans and our country's GDP. Your Excellency, we know there is a lot being done to address this issue, but would request the government to fast-track these measures to resolve this issue as soon as possible. On the issue of the living wage, Your Excellency, a living wage is a minimum income necessary for a worker to meet their basic needs. But a living wage on the side of the employer should be understood as one, if paid, should not disrupt business continuity. Therefore, there is a potential dichotomy here. We propose a cautious rather than a rushed approach to this issue of living wage so that we can achieve a win-win formula for setting the appropriate living wage. Your Excellency, I'm happy to report that as a federation we are put in a team. We are tasked by the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development to come up with proposals, and would like to really come up with the proper formula which will not just favor one side, but it will favor all sides with productivity in the middle of everything. Lastly, Your Excellency, I wish to thank you for the initiative of State House Investors Protection Unit. I think the representative workers talked about this, about corruption, and the CEOs Forum. Indeed, you have clearly demonstrated your resolve to accelerating investments in the country and safeguarding our investors from corrupt individuals and unnecessary bureaucratic procedures. This is something we are looking forward to in addressing some of the obstacles that hinder business growth and job creation in the country. I thank you, Your Excellency, Together for Employers, Dr. Statistical, Chairperson, Federation of Uganda Employers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Chairman, Federation of Uganda Employers, Dr. Engineer Silva Mugisha, for those remarks. Your Excellency, allow me invite the Ambassador of Belgium to Uganda, His Excellency Hughes Chantry. Your Excellency, the Belgian government has over the years been impacting the lives of Ugandans. They have been supporting our national development goals. They have been supporting us in achieving these goals, especially in the sectors of health, education,
General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice of Uganda, Excellencies, members of the government, Honorables, Member of the Parliament, Excellencies, representative of the Diplomatic Corps and of international organizations and agencies, representative of the workers, representative of the employers, ladies and gentlemen, Ugandan workers, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. First of all, allow me to warmly thank the organizer of today's celebration in Fort Portal, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, to give me this opportunity to address such a esteemed audience. This year, the theme of the International Labour Day is improving access to labour justice, a prerequisite for increased productivity. Indeed, if workers know their rights, if workers know that these rights will be respected, and if workers know that there are legal ways to seek redress when these rights are not respected, yes, they will work better. They will arrive on time at the workplace. They will need less sick leave, and probably they will stay longer with their employer. Everybody is benefiting from it. Your Excellency, distinguished guest, this, of course, is only possible when the legal framework exists, and in Uganda, it does exist indeed. As very well explained in the synopsis prepared for today's celebration, numerous acts have been adopted by the Parliament and implemented by the government and the administration of Uganda. And more recently, labour justice has also been decentralized to improve its access all over the country. However, despite these accomplishments, Ugandans, especially the most precarious ones, are still facing numerous challenges in the world of work. For these unfortunates, unfair dismissals, unpaid wages, or unsafe working conditions are still a reality. Your Excellency, distinguished guest, for many years, Belgium has been standing by the Ugandan people in their efforts to improve standards at the workplace. We have learned from our own national experience, and we strongly believe indeed that the only future for work lies in decent work, and we have made it an essential foundation of our law on development cooperation. Hence, my country is funding multilateral organizations such as the International Labour Organization and its flagship program, Social Protection Floors for All, and also the United Nations Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protection for Just Transitions. Well, logically, our conviction is also reflected in our bilateral programs. And in Uganda, the Belgian Development Agency, Enabel, is implementing 2 major programs focused on decent work. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the first one is our decent work and social protection portfolio. In Uganda, as it has been said, most jobs are still informal. It means that if people are indeed employed, it does not automatically give them a way out of poverty. It means that we surely have to create more jobs, but that these jobs have to be quality jobs. Our decent work and social protection portfolio aim therefore at better protected labor rights and more inclusive social dialogue. In perfect coordination with the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, we provide technical assistance and capacity building initiatives to strengthen the institutional framework of the labour sector. We also look at raising awareness of labour rights, at improving access to legal services, and at enhancing mechanisms of labour disputes resolution. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, Uganda and Belgium have also signed last year a new bilateral development cooperation agreement. Employment and employability are among its key words. It is all about transmission of skills to the youth and helping them to find decent jobs or entrepreneurship opportunities. Concretely, we will do our best to ensure that the young people we will have trained in the Albertine and Rwenzori region will have a real prospect of finding decent jobs to provide for their dependents. Excellency, distinguished guests, to conclude, I would like to mention that the census to be held next week will reveal how many Ugandans there are today. But let's keep in mind that in the years to come, Ugandans will be many more, and all of them will also need decent jobs. All of them will need strong labor rights, and all of them will need access to labor justice. For them, we will have to bundle our forces to ensure that access to work and labor justice is not a privilege for the happy few, but a real prospect for the vast majority. It is indeed challenging, but yes, it is certainly doable. I thank you for your attention, and I wish you, and especially all Ugandan workers, a happy International Labour Day 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We can once again put our hands together for His Excellency, the Ambassador of Belgium. Your Excellency, time has come. We hand over to the main Director of Ceremonies of today's occasion, Honorable Esther Davinia Anyakuni, Minister of State for Labour, Employment and Industrial Relations. And as he's coming, we continue to recognize the heads of statutory bodies and agencies, the RDCs, the local leadership, and the permanent secretaries, all here to grace this occasion. In line, I am Frank Baine, Senior Commissioner of Prisons. I was working as Assistant Director of Ceremonies with my colleagues.
Assistant Commissioner of Police, Navaka Senoga Claire, the Deputy Public Relations Officer, Uganda Police Force.
Your Excellency, my name is Richard Bigirwa, Secretary General, National Organization of Trade Unions, NOTU. Thank you, Your Excellency.
I want to thank the Deputy Masters of Ceremonies and first correct the error that here with me here is Motuzo Peace Regis, the Minister of State for Gender and Culture in the Ministry of Gender, Labor, Social Development, standing in for Honorable Nyakun, because Honorable Nyakun will represent the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Your Lordship, the Deputy Chief Justice, the Vice Chairman, the National Resistance Movement, colleague members of Parliament, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners, heads of missions, religious leaders, traditional leaders, members of the UPDF High Command, the Vice Chancellors of universities, the RDCs, the LC5 chairpersons and cows, the traditional leaders, the workers and employers organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, I am pleased to welcome you to these International Labour celebrations here at Mubukara grounds for Porto Tourism City. Your Excellency, I wish to take this opportunity to welcome all distinguished dignitaries here with us who have managed to make it from far and near to grace this very important occasion. Your Excellency, the theme for today's celebrations is improving access to labor justice, a prerequisite for increased productivity. The choice for this theme was very strategic, in that it helps all of us to reflect on acknowledging and addressing the obstacles that prevent workers from seeking redress for grievances and disputes in the workplace. This also includes redressing the required employers on matters of related to their businesses and organizations for workplace in general. Therefore, fair and effective mechanisms for resolving disputes and grievances in the workplace, which in turn contributes to increased productivity and economic growth, are prime on our agenda. Your Excellency, I'd wish to thank in a very special way the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development and the National Organizing Committee for organizing this very beautiful function. I also wish to thank Fort Portal Tourism City for hosting us in these beautiful grounds that we had never held big celebrations, that is so spacious, accommodative, and beautifully placed. I would wish to thank the exhibitors for showing case what the laborers are capable of doing and things which are manufactured and done here in Uganda. That shows the level of preparedness for industrialization. I'd wish to thank the media for the huge publicity they have given us for almost 2 weeks. I'd also wish to thank the Federation of Workers and Employers for the input they have made, not only for these successful celebrations, but for making life easy to access employment and also to discuss with the employers. We want to thank all our guests. And as we thank all our guests, I would wish to recognize specifically those who have been able to make it here today. Your Excellency, Her Excellency the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the one and only one, Major Retired Jessica Alupo Apel, is here with us. Your Excellency, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Thomas Tayebwa, is physically here in person. Your Excellency, the Vice Chairperson of the NRM Mighty Party, Alhaji Moses Chigongo, is here in person. Your Excellency, Justice Lydia and Linda Tosime, the judge the Workers' Court, is here in person. My colleague members of Cabinet, and since they have walked far away on a very long road, I would wish to mention who they are, so that whoever needs their services will know who to reach out to. The Honorable Retired Kano Tombo Time Atenyi, Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, Honorable Chris Vadiomonsi, Minister of ICT, and also represents the Western Region on the NRM Central Executive Committee. Honorable Mile Babalanda, the Minister of Presidency, has attended. Honorable Mabasa Francis, Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, is here with us. Honorable Raphael Magezi, everybody knows him, Minister of Local Government. Honorable Peter Lokeris, everybody knew him for being a state minister for a long time. He's now Minister for Karamoja Affairs. We thank you for appointing him as such. Honorable Dr. Musenero Monica, Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology. Honorable Margaret Mahanga, our own, a big hand of applause for her, Minister of State for Health. Honorable Baram Barugahari. Barugahari, you stand up, everybody wants to see you. The Minister of Youth and Children Affairs, and I wanted everybody to know him because 78% of the total population is under at age 35. So he's our minister. He's your minister for those who are under age 35. Honorable Wino Chakulanga Fred, Minister of State for Agriculture. Honorable Mafabi Gidudu, the Minister of Elderly Persons. His Excellency prefers to call him his constituency minister. Honorable Bright Rwamirama, Minister of State for Agriculture, Animal Husbandry. Honorable Kafuz Jackson, the Deputy Attorney General. The people of Jegegu are here, they can clap for you. And the people of Toro at large. Honorable Kabyanga Godfrey, Minister of State for ICT. Honorable Akelo Lillian Rose, Minister of State for Ethics and Integrity. Don't dare get into corrupt activities. She'll handle you quickly. Honorable Kasoro Haruna, that one is known for microfinance. Honorable General Wilson Mbadi, the new bird on the street. Please stand up for recognition. Minister of State for Trade. Honorable Sindrias Okasai Opoloti, Minister of State for Energy. Everyone is longing for energy in every district and every village. Honorable Anyakun, that one I will not mention, she's the minister, she will come on her own. Honorable Martin Mugara, Bahinduka, Oweitu, Minister of State for Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. I have colleague members of Parliament whose names I would not wish to skip because they represent workers. Honorable Rwakajara Arnaitwe is here in person. Honorable Bakavurinde Charles is also here in person. Honorable Byakatonda, Honorable Dr. Byakatonda is also here in person. Honorable Agnes Kunhira has attended in person. Honorable Margaret Byabashaija is also here with us. I would not wish to skip the Honorable Member of Parliament who has hosted us here, or I will not get home. Honorable Alex Ruhunda. Where is Alex Ruhunda today? Please run quicker and reach near me so that the for Port of City people who elected you get to know that you are here and in a big way. I wouldn't also wish to miss Honorable Linda Abgorio Dinkaha, Wemere Bakorore. She's over there in yellow, full yellow 100%. That reflects which party color she represents. And I wish them to recognize the local community here that I may not have recognized, so that we're safely on the same page and everybody is noticed. Honorable Alex, your speed has decreased. I don't know whether it is because of cutting weight. Honorable Linda, please. Honorable Alex, I would not expect you to give a speech, but recognize the members who are here so that we are good to go. We are on time, and that should be able to take about 5 minutes. The working has taken 2. Now that cuts on your time. So in the next 3 minutes, you should be able to recognize the rest of the members of the community here. Your Excellency, you know why? We vote 80% NRM plus. Honorable Victoria Rusoke, Atwaki Onganyide, Wemere Bakurore, Minister of State for Local Government. I'm grateful. Honorable Alex.
Thank you very much. I'm happy that we have hosted His Excellency the President in this beautiful Fort Portal tourism city. You are most welcome. Feel at home. Allow me to introduce our thorough leaders here who are present, beginning with the religious leaders, Bishop Reuben Kisembo, Amoti, Wenzori Diocese. We have the Vicar General, Monsignor Isaiah Mayombo, Fort Portal Diocese. We have Sheikh Galib Talibu, Regional Assistant Mufti. I have also, for the first time, seen Omsobozi Bisaka, who is also here with us. You can hear. We have Pastor Dr. K.L. Dixon. We've got Elder Mugume, Minister of Youth, Mugume Nicholas, for Toro Kingdom. We have the Mother General, Banya Teresa Sisters. We have our Elder, Professor Rugumayo Edward Amoti, is also here. We have the Mayor Central Division present, Mayor North Division, Chairman Movement Fort Portal City. We have Haj Bashir Kayondo, and we have all the speakers for all the divisions and the Speaker of Fort Portal City. And Her Worship, the Deputy Mayor, is right there. the parish priest of Virika. We've got all the youth leaders. You can stand up for recognition. All the youth leaders who are present. We have the women leaders. You can stand up. The chairperson, Border Association, chairperson movement from other districts. We have also our chairperson, Kumwe of Kabarole district. The yellow man of Kabarole is here. We have reverends from St. John's Cathedral, chairperson, operators, taxis, Tor Kingdom officials, major seminary rector. We have Kadakato, NRM chairperson, Tor Kingdom Prime Minister, Kiyingi Stephen, please stand up and we have the chairperson Kabarole district, Abokirwa Winga, wherever you are. Of course, the business community, the St. Joseph workers, and the chief mobilizer for the city, Wonchi Anthony, is a very strong cadre. Your Excellency, we request you, since as a city, we have not had a chance to meet you, but Her Worship, the Deputy Mayor, has got the memorandum from the city. I request her to hand over our memorandum to you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your acceptance.
Your Excellency, the President of Uganda, Irene Linda Mugisa, the Woman Member of Parliament for Fort Portal Tourism City. I would like to welcome you to this tourist city since you are elected. This is the first time for you to come. Your Excellency, the President, we also have the Vice Chancellor for Mountains of the Moon University and UPU University. We also have the Chairperson of the Women Council, Hajat Farida, and also have the Chairperson for the Women Council. Your Excellency, the President, as my colleague has said, as Fort Portal City and Toro region, we have a memorandum. Please, we request you to look into that memorandum, Your Excellency, the President, and get time to discuss with the leaders of this region. You're most welcome, Your Excellency, the President.
Madam, the Presidential Advisor Muhindo, who has been with us for a long time, she's also here.
Thank you, Excellency. And I'm sure I am relieved. My colleagues are not in dispute. I'm happy. I want to recognize the presence of Ms. Anne Mahirwe, the Deputy IGG, is here with us. Professor Pius Acheng, the Vice Chancellor, Mountains of the Moon University, is here. And Professor Perus Kabahuma Ntambirwechi, the Vice Chancellor, UPU, is also here with us. Excellency, I'd wish to request your indulgence to allow the old man of this area, Honorable Tom Butime, to come and whisper a word of thanks in Rutoro. Honorable Tom Butime, the Minister of Wildlife and Antiquities, would wish to speak to you about 2 or 3 issues. A whisper in Rutoro, in appreciation for the time you have led us, your wise counsel, and to bring it in the way the Bato do. Honorable Tom Butime, who is a disciplined officer of the Army, but retired, and our leader, as members of cabinet from Toro region. Please welcome him with a big hand of applause. He's only whispering a few words in the Toro, and I beg your indulgence to accept that.
What you know, Akiki Minister, Mr. President, we were kuija Fort Portal Tourism City, kandi kwekahanha grounds
St. Leo's College, Mukabura grounds. 1966, I used to play football here. I was in S4. So, Your Excellency, hano waitu, Toro region, tuine bintu bingi turukora. Tourism, uburambuzi, dairy farming, kulisa, large scale agriculture, agro industry, nokurolera enyamaiswa. Hano nitulima chai, omwani, avocado, nebikaiju, tuine hati na factory eyokora sukari. Ningoza kusaba ngo mu government yawe nambere na nyowe mberendi ebintu ebyachwirwe mu cabinet yawe ebiri kukwataho amajani chai bikorweho bwango abantu batakahwerekerire 50% fertilizer subsidy, sente zo kukonyera mu pruning na Uganda National Bureau of Standards kuletaho enkole mpyaka eyokurolera emirolera ya chai. Abakozi bo masamba no makoro ga chai bakagaruka muka hati kandi tibaina kyokulya kana abana babo tebakyagenda omu masomero. Naweki nikietaga waitu president oteremu amaanyi itawe kucheka kinu nuko ebintu ebyo bikorweho bwango kandi bisemere. Ibyo kumalira biri bintu bibiri byonka. Orugudo rwaitu orwa Kampala Footpoto hati rwakatwala emyaka 5 ne barukora. Lero urwo turuhwa na weki ntukusaba wekitinisa president otemu amani minister wawe beyasente nebyengudo orugudo oru barukole ruhwe. Haruho orugudo rundi rwakatoke kya Rusozi Rugombe Kabende Kijura Hakabale Footpoto Road. Orwo rugudo nuturwetaga habwe bintu bingi muno, hali amakoro, hali bintu bingi birukorwa kakuba orugudo rukorwa entahya n'enturukya yekucheka kino nekura bwangu. Then hariho Kienjojo kyakatwire Bunoga Road. Orwo orugudo rumanyire nurwija kutuletera kutetegerezangana n'abantu b'ekicweka. Kumalira hariho Footpoto Eastern Bypass Road orukora bahari Kiegobe Kitumba Kiegobe Kachwamba ningira n'abahurira abantu b'ekitinisa president. Then hariho Buhinga Stadium ejo gimanyire wenka niwagaraganize b'ekitinisa president. Then hariho orugudo hariho Industrial Park, hariho Security Road ya Dura Ruimi Road, hariho orugudo rundi hariho orugudo rundi rwa Dura Ruimi Kichwamba Security Road. So eze ngudo nituzetaga tukimanyire sente tiziri nyingi baitu tukimanyire ngo bokuteka mu amani iwe ekintu nikikorwa na area parish na Footpoto City garbage plant his pledges baitu bulutuha omugisa go kutangatangana tulisemererwa muno bine bintu kongera kubaza na iwe tukaitegerezangana kurungi webale kuija Footpoto kandi norora nakasana kakyali karungi
Webale kujja wetu. Webale buno ku place.
Maybe kuterekerezaho orugudo rwa Bohe Kichwamba Security Road rabiruguru mu Rusozi uturukira Kichwamba reconnectinga Kasese Bunyangabu hamuna Kabarori. Hanyuma pledge ya area 100 million shillings ijeri okatuma minister wa veteran affairs yeje yaturaganiza milioni 10 I think 4 months back ekinacho nagonza kimachisa president waitu ngokore hano munuka. I would wish to recognize the members of the Constitutional Commission, the Service Commission of Education, Health, Judicial Service, and Public Service. They are here present. And members of Parliament, I beg your pardon, kindly stand up for recognition. The members of Parliament are here in numbers, big numbers. I'm really sorry that I'm ending with you, but kumarira nenyo kakodio. Ending with you, colleagues, is a strategy so that everybody who has now settled down gets to know who you are. Kindly stand up for recognition. I thank you. May I now take the honor and pleasure to invite the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, who is represented by Honorable Anyakun Esther, to come and make the Labour Day statement from the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. Please, a big hand of applause for Honorable Anyakun to begin with, welcoming her to the ministry, and hardly a month she's here hosting us on this very important occasion. Honorable Anyakun comes from Karamoja. She's a very fair lady. She's gracefully walking like all the Kalamajong.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, the Vice President, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, the Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Your Lordship, the Deputy Chief Justice, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Right Honorable Deputy Prime Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, Your Excellency, Heads of Diplomatic Missions, Honorable Members of Parliament, the religious leaders, representatives of workers and employers' organizations here, all workers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, I'm standing here on behalf of my senior colleague, Honorable Betty Amongi. My name is Esther Anyakun Davinia, Minister of State for Labor, Employment and Industrial Relations. Before I start my statement, allow me to request Your Excellency and everyone here to stand and observe a moment of silence for our departed colleague, the late Honorable Charles Singmola Machodogo, who passed on a day after Labor Day celebration last year. May his soul rest in eternal peace. On behalf of the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, I welcome you all to this National Labour celebration at Makaburag Grounds, Fort Portal. I extend special welcome to Your Excellency, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and thank you for gracing the celebration with your grace and presence despite your busy schedules. Your Excellency, I humbly express my gratitude to your continued commitment for honoring Labor Day celebration. Your consistent presence to this celebration is a testimony to the value and significance you place on contributions of workers and our country. We also commend you for your efforts in safeguarding the lives of Ugandans, including the workers. Today, we gather here to celebrate the remarkable contribution of workers, both past and present, whose sacrifice, achievements have shaped our country's identity and progress. The numerous achievements we have seen in public and private sector, such as the airport, roads, water systems, power dams, mushrooming housing estates, urban centers, the factories, and modern farms. They are all because of the workers who toil day in, day out. We honor and celebrate your work, dedication, and unwavering commitment. This moment calls for reflection on the strides we have made in enhancing labor conditions and renewing our pledge to guarantee fair treatment and opportunities for all workers. This year's Labor Day is celebrated under the theme, Improving Access to Labor Justice, a prerequisite for increased productivity. Your Excellency, we endeavor to enhance access to labor justice. We acknowledge the challenges of joblessness, particularly among the youth. The Ministry is actively engaged in implementing a number of achievements and the initiatives to address the pressing challenges. I will highlight a few of these initiatives. The General Growth Opportunities and Productivity for Women Enterprise, the GROW project. This is the project which is funded by the World Bank, which you launched in March 2023 at Sanga. The initiative provides a comprehensive package for service, including skilling, mentorship, business development services, access to finance, and common user facilities to over 60,000 women-owned enterprises. At the moment, we have scaled up implementing, and also women entrepreneurs across the country have started receiving support to incubate their business ideas, obtain certification of exports, and access crucial business development services. In June, we will be unveiling the Women Entrepreneurs Credit Facility, where they will borrow between Uganda shillings 4 million to 200 million at an interest of 10% per annum. This initiative is expected to spur the growth of women and entrepreneurs, leading to the creation of both direct and indirect employment opportunities. Apprenticeship program is a strategic labor initiative where graduates and non-graduates are placed at workplace to get on-job training and practical experience to equip them to skill needed and to secure employment or embark on entrepreneurial ventures. Your Excellency, you may recall that in 2018, you directed the Ministry fast-tracks the implementation of the apprenticeship scheme in key sector of the economy. I'm pleased to report to you that we have successfully piloted apprenticeship scheme in the hotel industry in financial and technical support in international from International Labour Organization. In December 2022, 94% apprentices completed Level 1 certificate training, with 68, that is 72% of them getting employment on completion of due to relevance of skills they acquired. Another batch of 200 apprentices are currently undergoing training in 62 hotels under the second phase of the pilot. In addition, Enabel, the Belgium Development Organization, is supporting the ministry to scale up apprenticeship in hotel industry in Albertine and Rwenzori sub-region, where 750 apprentices will train in this program. Your Excellency, we seek your support in securing additional funding to roll out this impactful scaling model to other sectors of the economy. Another initiative is supporting the Juakali enterprises to transform into a formal economy. Sente program. This program has provided business toolkits and business development services to the Juakali businesses to enable them grow, transition into formal economy. To date, the program has successfully supported 17,015 Juakali. 7,167 of them are males and 9,174 of them are females. The majority of these enterprises are demonstrating consistent growth, indicating the effectiveness of the program in facilitating their transition into formal economy and job creation. Labor externalization. The ministry has developed regulatory work framework that has significantly improved labor externalization. Processes have been simplified by implementing the external employee management information system, a computerized database we use to approve all jobs orders from abroad and monitor all Ugandans traveling legally abroad. In addition, labor agreements have been signed with the countries such as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Jordan, and United Arab Emirates, ensuring that the protection of Ugandans immigrants' rights. Negotiations with Oman and the United Kingdom, Germany, and Israel are underway. The bilateral agreements with the Qatar provides us the opportunity to externalize skilled and semi-skilled labor. It is suffice note to that the labor rights in Uganda abroad is improving and complaints from the diaspora in the Middle East have notably reduced. Uganda's National Employment Strategy 2023-2028. The ministry is preparing a draft Uganda National Employment Strategy, NES 2023-2028, which diagnoses challenges of the labor force and provides strategic direction of labor, employment, and organizations, safety, and health. The strategy is expected to guide creation of more and better employment opportunities. Your Excellency, this strategy will be brought to Cabinet for approval. This comes at a time when we are witnessing unethical business practices among some employees that violate the rights of the workers. Case of unfair dismissal, unpaid wages, and safe working conditions are prevalent. The Labor Force Survey 2021 reports that many workers, particularly vulnerable groups such as women, youth, and formal sectors workers, are exposed to various forms of abuses and injustice. Only 23% of the workers have access to protective gears, leading to high number of accidents and injuries, especially in industry sector. In addition, 1 in every 5 workers are exposed to dust, fumes, chemicals, and many face violence, such as constant shouted at, insults, subjected to sexual abuse, and assaults. In addressing the challenges, the ministry is undertaking several initiatives, including social security reforms. Your Excellency, the reforms in the National Social Security Fund have not only enhanced the fund's performance, but also improved access to members' savings. One of the most significant achievements has been the midterm access, where members who are 45 years or above of the members with a disability who are 45 years and above have been allowed to access 50% of their savings during time of need, or yet fund has remained strong. Furthermore, the introduction of voluntary saving in empowered workers in both formal and informal sector to raise their savings. This is evidenced by 10,487 members joining the first year of implementation, which contributed to 28.760 billion. The NSSF efficiently and reach have also improved through partnership with ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as the training, engagement of labor officers. This is resulted into 15% of increase of the number of the activities NSSF members, which has rose from 651,778 in 2021 to 2022 to 773,588 in 2022-2023. These reforms have led to the notable increase in annual contribution from 1.486 trillion in 2022 to 1.716 trillion in 2023. The fund has also hit Uganda shillings 20 trillion in assets under management in 2024. In addition, the NSSF is strategically partnered with the government to facilitate investments in development projects to ensure sustainable growth and long-term benefits for its members. However, challenges remain, particularly in some of the employers failing to contribute to their employees and others deducting but not remitting to NSSF. To address this, we will continue to employ both incentives and penalties to ensure compliance. Your Excellency, leadership and vision have been instrumental in driving these reforms, and we are committed to continue this journey towards your efficient and inclusive social service security systems. Disposable of labor complaints. The ministry has been actively addressing labor complaints. It is in its headquarters registering 553 cases during the financial year 2022-2023. Of these, 203 were successfully settled, 76 were referred to the industrial court, and 274 cases are still pending conclusion. Labor officers at the district, city, and municipality levels are receiving a significant number of complaints. The ministry plans to develop a capacity of labor officers in effective labor administration, but financially constrained because of the taking comparative expenditure. Your Excellency, we talked about the industrial court. Your Excellency, we will continue to strengthen the industrial court through harmonizing the labor laws, provisional and additional judges, acquiring home for the court. Already, Your Excellency, NSSF is committed to build a home for the court, but as we speak right now, we are requesting to be allocated land for this office for the industrial court. The constitution of the Medical Arbitration Board. The Workers' Compensation Act 225 provides for the constitution of the Medical Arbitration Board to resolve disputes between the workers and employers regarding injuries from occupational accidents and scheduled diseases. The Medical Arbitration Board, chaired by Dr. Amandra Jacinto, is fully functional and operational. In addition, the Employment Act 2006 established the Labor Advisory Board to advise the Minister to matters concerning employment and industrial relationship. We extend our gratitude to Your Excellency and the Cabinet for approving the members of the Labor Advisory Board, chaired by Mr. Nicholas John Okwiri, and the board is functional. Your Excellency, today, as I conclude, the Labor Week, which started last week on Wednesday on the 24th of April, ends today. During the week, as part of the celebration, our partners with Uganda Law Society held a second annual conference at Expo 2024 in Kampala. That was between the 24th to the 25th of April 2024. The conference featured expert presentation, stakeholders' decisions, and labor justice. As I conclude, I wish to extend my appreciation to our social partners who are here, the National Organization for Trade Union, the Central Organization for Free Trade Union, and the Federation of Uganda Employers. We appreciate you for your invaluable contribution towards improving labor conditions and promoting social justice. We thank all our development partners for proving providing financial support for this. 50% has been provided by our development partners, especially ILO and Enabel, for this function. Your Excellency, allow me also to thank the staff, the technical team, who is led by the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Agre David Kibenge, for organizing this Labor Day celebration. Most of all, allow me to thank the leadership of Fort Portal District Local Government and the political leaders for their hospitality and exceptional organization for this celebration. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we commemorate this Labor Day, let us collectively commit to the advancing labor justice. By enhancing labor justice, we are stimulating productive employment, investment, and boosting household income. Let us use this occasion to reaffirm our dedication to creating fair and inclusive labor environment that benefit all stakeholders. I now take this singular honor to invite Your Excellency, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, to come and address the nation on auspicious occasion of 2024 National Labor Day for God and my country.
Her Excellency the Vice President, the Deputy Speaker, the Vice Chairman of the NRM, all the other leaders, nenyunywena abantu ba Toro ba Rwenzori, I will combine languages, mix our local dialect here with English. Abajungu bino kubaza kwabo okugamba ngo putting a square peg in a round hole. Enkondo yensonda ogezaho kugiteka mu kina ekyekuringirire. Ati abantu kuba kwanu babaza ndora nti abantu bano nibagonza kuteeka enkondo yensonda kugiteka mu kina ekyekuringirire. When I hear people, some of you people speaking, I can see you are trying to put a square peg in a round hole. The problem of especially Uganda under the NRM now is not jobs, but attitude. Attitude. Nyowa mbanka uli musajja wo mu Bayibuli eyagenzire kusiga ensigo ezimu zikagwa lwawetorikira omu Runyanko aha Mwandara zayoma, ezindi ensigo zagwa omu Kisaka, Abanyankole bajja ngu zanyoroza. Okunyoroza ezindi ensigo zagwa aha muhanda enyonyi zazirya, bete ensigo ezimu zikagwa aha itaka erirungi zayera. hati omukaruru ka 96 Uganda kemazire kutebeka namu manifesto yitu twabahabura okumwaka basa kutwaza in 1996 Uganda had sort of stabilized, and in our campaign manifesto we advised people what to do to get out of poverty. And we advised you on the 4 acres model. Tukabagambira nti abaine itaka ritoito mukozesa amagezi ga hikina hikemu mutekemu omwani ya kabiri mutekemu ebijuma ya kasatu mulime ebinyasi byente zo mukiju ya kana mulime ebyokulya ekanyuma nibageta ezigati mutekeye enkoko za mahuri nempuno abatari basalamu ninga abatari banyankwera bayira bakabatari mpuno abahati bazimazireho abarhehe nerusaru mukwere ebidiba by'ebyenyange oko nuko kuhabura kwaitu manifesto ya 96 tindikumanya haroho abahurire okuhabura kwa NRM haronko munyoro nyakana arhanu nyakana kwa rabaroho aroho ninga taroho kora waroho nyakana se present aroho mureke ije mwache acho nyakana iho akakokoro atagenda hamzindaro oherezo bwa kaiso hari hamzindaro hari nyakana gambira abantu banu ebyo rukora nesente zo rukutahia n'abantu aborukozesa
batyo muno Your Excellency Muzeyi kyokubanza ningoza kusima muno abokumara obwire bwingi no hayo obwire bwawe kusomesa abana Uganda kugira entasha ya haka obwizire mwaka gwa 2026 wabazaho ebintu bisatu na bikwata kyokubanza okagamba turagira kuhuliriza ekyakabiri turagira kwega ekyakasatu kuteka mu nkora ebe bitwegere ate obwizire okano bazaho 4 acre model rundi ikina zo kusobora betnyonka ante initaka eri ahikina bwirobu kabanye na hikemu no uchweka bibiri betinalenga okutandika kuhabura oku okuteka hikemu no uchweka bibiri natekaho ente za mata umukiju gatandika mpora hati bwirabuno nyina ente 8 umukiju kandi ente ezi bwirabuno nizimpa amata lita 128 buli kiro, kandi nentunda amata lita 120 buli kiro asiringi 12 buli lita a farm, kandi hamwanya ogwonkanye na enkoko omutwaro gumu bwire bunu ez'amahuli. Enkoko eziri mu bicweka bisatu, ezikwalika obwana nezikura. Ezikwalika ziri 15, zimpa tray 12 z'amahuli buli kiro, kandi buli tray y'amahuli ninjiguza omutwaro gumu ne 20 ha farm. Kandi nyinawo nekyoma ekikola ebyokulya by'enkoko nimbikorera farm. Buli kiro ninkora kilo 10 runtaniyamu y'ebyokulya ebi. Kandi nyinaho hati nteeraho na waste dryer, ekyoma ekikwomesa obusa bw'ente na waste y'enkoko kukora mu manure rundi olwezo nabe mazire kubitaho. Kandi hati bwire bunu nintubikya manure egi ninjiguza abakubyara ebijuma n'omwani n'ebintu ebindi. Hati bwire bunu omwezi obukuya costs nisigaza milioni 16 na emitwalo 80, kandi ha mwaka nintunga milioni 18 mwaka gwona. Hayikemu n'obuchweka 2.
Nokozesa abantu bangaha?
Ninkozesa abantu 10 haka abo mwezi abali permanent, obundi 5 baleja kusikirira emirimo nkokweri. Atu ekitinisa president, enjiri yawe egi ekwasira amani omukitweka ekya amata abantu bengi hati baizire bahindura bajja munteze ebiju. Omyaka gumu gwonko gwinyuma tutungire collection centers impyake za amata, haro ya Kiko na Rutete buli kiro mbasoroza amata lite 13 baina ekyoma ekyakula baitu baina obulemezi tibaina 3 phase amasanyarazi ga 3 phase kufikia amata aba umeme babaheireko ekandiko nkyetaga milioni 15 zonka kubatera amasanyarazi ga 3 phase nuko basobole kufikia amata. Kana eriende eri mpinga mu administration nao batera collection center ya amata na inesoroza litaru 10 buli kiro nabo mbenda 3 phase. Nabo kini nkusaba mukamwange ukonyere ba collection center ba fama ba amata batunga amasanyarazi ga phase 3 nuko basobole kufikia amata gabo. Kyo kumalira wetu president ahalumu enjiri enu egenzera no institutions ezindi police, DPC na regional police commander bakampikira baleta abaserikali kuija kwega muka twatunge kiro kiona ntwega nabo baitu kan bainitaka elikuingana hikankaga kugenda muhoti aho itaka eribusa mukantu kona mbaini nkusaba kwekitinsa president nkokuwa konyire ba prisons wabagambira kulime byokule byabo itaka eri ya police balikole mu regional farm obundi yakubera model police farm akwa police ina mataka maingi baitibena farm yona kandi itakere rukwonka. Kyo kumalira white president enjiri yenu ine bizibu no bwerabi ine birungi baitaliyo abantu abandi ba doubting Thomases tibakaikirize ngwe nkolegi nenjiri yawe egi nehindura abantu bwangu kandi abengi batandikire bagijumira ngute kukora baitwebi en forum ternion tujja kutunga obwire akwa unfortunately abantu abamu nabatekereza tikikora tuina kusawa obuli obukuboleka ngu nugo muhanda gusora kuya abantu ombonako. Nimaliza nensima muno omuhabebembezi Honorable Margaret Muhanga baina sindika ba youth ba ghetto youth kuja kusoma ba ghetto youth abo basitaireho pressure nyingi. Buli wiki nintunga amasimu genda kubakonyera kuteka ebiju byabo byente kubakonyera nko kubarazirolera kandi eki kitwaire kunihira kwa amani ngo abantu basora kuhindukaho. So abembezi bandika kwa batwara lining kegi nsobora obulemezi bunu kubumara baitu ntukusima muno wetu president kandi ntukusabira obwomezi abokuba niyo kunihira kwetu ha transformation socio-economic transformation mu Uganda.
Wabara muno nyakana wabara muno igenda ikarire Now, the ones who understand Runyaktara know what he was talking about. He was a district councillor with his wife. And when I came here in 2000, of course I had been here before. I am always talking. What are you saying? No for now. Leave him. Iroko again. Now, what he was saying in Runyaktara was that I came here 2006 and I was repeating my message of the 4 acres. Now, I want you people to listen carefully. In my 4 acres, you did not, in my 4 acres model and 7 activities, I never talked about tea. You are now saying tea has got problems. I know them and I had studied them. That's why I never included tea in my documents of recommendation. Because whatever I recommend for my people in writing, I don't just talk, I put in writing. I recommended the 7 activities for the poor people: coffee, fruits, dairy, food crop for the home, cassava, bananas, whatever, poultry for eggs, piggery, and fish farming. This is what I recommended in writing, not just talking. No. I looked at tea and I put it in another category. These 7 activities were all in the category of intensive agriculture, using a small area to get good income. Now, Nyakana was saying that when he heard my message, because of the lack of vision of the society, because of lack of guidance, abebembezi bali aho tubereke bakumanya leader nabone empumi. So Nyakana was saying that by the time he heard my message, he no longer had 4 acres because the land had been fragmented because of indisciplined, visionless inheritance practices. Abantu nibagweta batene kibakuranze mu maiso. Obuguda bona babutematemamu. That when he had my message, he no longer had 4 acres. He had only 1.2 acres. Therefore, out of my 7 active enterprises, he only decided to do 2. A few dairy cows and eggs, hens for eggs. And because of that, he's now, after you remove costs, each month he makes a profit of 16 million. And in a year, he makes a profit of 180 million from 1 acre now. And he's employing 10 people permanent, 5 part-time. That is 15. So when I was sitting here, there, and hearing all the stories I was hearing, I decided to get my calculator. And I know that Uganda has got arable land of 40 million acres. Now, what Nyakana is doing is what I advised them to do: intensive agriculture. But there is extensive agriculture, where you don't do the crops, the activities I recommended to them, but you do things like cotton, like ebikado, byabasoga, sugarcane, like tobacco of the Rugubaras, even the indigenous cattle, like the ones that I keep at Kisozi. Those are activities which you can only make money from if you do them on a big scale. You cannot do on 1 acre cotton and you get out of poverty. So those are in the category of extensive agriculture, which we also need. Because, for instance, maize is in extensive agriculture. The Bachiga of Kamwenje, barahinga ebishori. Ebishori bintenda ngo hinge bingi, uhinge hahango. Waba nita karahango, wote nita karahango, rugaha bishori za kuhabura kwanje. Kora yangire mu tahabura kwanje ubwo nubira kushangayo. So Nyakana started with the two enterprises. Dairy, where he has got 8 cows now in the shed, fed by the grass he cuts and feeds them, and poultry. And he's employing 15 people. So I was saying, if the land, when I was sitting there listening to all the stories, I said, out of the 40 million acres of Uganda, which is arable, what if 20 million acres were used in the way we have recommended for the Nyakanas and others who have listened? Each acre creating 15 jobs. I made a calculator there. Would need 300 million jobs. You have more jobs than all the population of East Africa. So don't tell me about lack of jobs. Talk about lack of vision. Because the jobs are there. The jobs are there. You can hear from 1 acre, this individual is employing 10 people permanent. So suppose you had people operating using just half of the land area of Uganda, of the arable land area. You would create so many jobs. Countries which don't have jobs are countries which are poor. Uganda is not poor. The problem here is lack of vision. Nobutahurra. Umuntu necyari kureba akwabura tumukufai. Nimba ningamba bagwejegera rebuku. Fine. So this is point number 1. So please stop wasting my time with the job, lack of jobs. The jobs are there. What is lacking is vision. All those children who are going to work for the Arabs, they shouldn't be going there. What are they going to do to work for the Arabs? They should be here. Now, Nyakana is producing the milk and the eggs. But now, he has also gone into making manure. So he has become a manufacturer now. From the cow dung and the matotoro of Nkoko. In our rich language, amazigenkoko to get amazigenkoko. To get amatotoro. So he's making manure from the droppings of the cow dung and the droppings of the chicken. And then he's also making animal feeds from, so he has now gone from agriculture to some sort of value addition. So therefore, you, the labor group, I want to meet you. We are talking about Uganda. We are not talking about Belgium. We are not talking about Switzerland. We are talking about Uganda. Uganda on the equator. That's where it is. So I want to meet you. You speak very well, Okero, but you come and get substance to speak about. So this is number one. And normally I am polite. I am polite. I try to talk. I don't want to embarrass people. But I think politeness is not a good idea also. So in the coming days, I will be speaking in a non-polite way. Jobs come from wealth. Jobs come from wealth. You cannot have jobs without wealth. Emirimu nijirgo ombuguda. Omuguda nakora ebyo buguda bwe nebizara emirimu. Nyakana nakafamuke katoito kazeire emirimu 10-15. Uitaka rukoto njija kuzara emirimu mingi kwa kurukosa kurungi. Owa hoteli neberiye omuntu beti nazara emirimu nazara abantu emirimu. Owikorero ndiba riye omuntu ninga lya company beti ndizara emirimu. So wealth creates jobs. You cannot have jobs without wealth. So therefore, when you are talking to you people, start with the wealth creation. How can we make it easy for wealth, modern type of wealth, not the traditional type? Obugago wobujaja nedda webuli waliwo naye kati twetaaga obujaja obugago obw'omulembe. We need modern wealth. So you the workers and employers, it's not in Europe. In Europe there was a class struggle. A class struggle because the Europeans were imperialists, exploiting us, but also exploiting their own people. Here we don't need a class struggle here. We need a collective struggle to see how to create wealth which creates jobs. So that's a debate between employees, employer, federation. This one is a European phenomenon. The issue here is to create wealth. Now, for instance, you the workers, because now there's a contradiction in what you are saying. because you are saying employ more judges, employ more judges, employ more registrars, employ what? That means money now. So where would I get money to extend electricity, to create electricity, which is crucial for the factories to get cheap electricity and be able to be competitive? Because if the manufacturers had cheap electricity, we need to solve, you the labor, you should come and we talk how to solve the problem of transport from Uganda to the coast. How can we have low-cost transport to the ocean? Because with low-cost transport to the ocean and with low cost of electricity, then the business people will come in, they will make profit, and you, the workers, will now have reason to say, you are making profit, give us more money. But now, you are like suicidal, all of you. You are engaged in a suicidal war. This so-called manufacturer, because of the confusion among the political elite, because they waste my time. I try to do this, they block it. Try to do this, they block it. I'm always polite sometimes, but there is a limit to politeness. Instead of putting money to solve the problem of the railway, we need a railway to the ocean, a cheap railway. Now we are begging the Chinese, begging I don't know who. Why do we beg? We can build it ourselves if we are disciplined. And we don't squander money, wages, salaries, allowance, benchmarking, what? So, you work with the few investors whom you have here, and with these political people who are full there in the pavilion, to solve the problem of cheap transport to the ocean. Number one. Number two, electricity. Electricity, we are doing well. We have got surplus electricity now, but it was distorted by your corrupt people. On Bujagari, behind my back, they went and make an agreement with Bujagari to bring what they call private capital with very expensive terms. So that was what is distorting our tariffs, our electricity prices. Otherwise, they will be low now. So let's struggle to have low cost of electricity, low cost of transport. I think these are the two. Now, low cost of money. We should put more money in UDB. More money in UDB. So that UDB can lend money to the manufacturers cheaply. Not like the commercial banks. The commercial banks are for traders to go to America and get dead people's clothes and bring them here and sell them to us. So please, this is the second point. The first point, if you want more jobs, listen to the NRM guideline on the monetization, on the full involvement of agriculture into the money economy. All the homesteads in the rural areas should be involved in the money economy through intensive agriculture, and others through extensive agriculture. Then on the side of the factories, let's solve the input costs, the cost factors. Then we can demand, once we know that these people are making profit, good profit, because you can calculate it yourself. You can calculate it. You don't have to, for the employer to calculate for you. You can calculate it. How much does the electricity cost? How much does water? How much does this? So how much profit is he making? If you are making so much profit, then you can give us. So we need an organic approach to this problem, not just copying. The problem here, you are quoting the international law. This problem here is not law. The problem here is reality. What is on the ground? You can make a law, you say the laws are there, but if the factories are not there, what are you going to do? What will the law regulate? Now, on the somebody talked about taxes also. I will meet the traders on the 7th. But you need to know, I think I wrote an article in the social media that omuntu kwarakuba nasubra ebitoke ninga ebichori kubiha Fort Portal kubitwara Kampala nahereza omusoro kukuba nokora business yokusubura ebichori nebitoke nemondi kubiha Fort Portal kubitwara Kampala nohereza omusoro. Hariho omusoro aho, omusoro gwa kikaki. Omusoro guha okwihaho okugura license yokusubura. Nosanga local government zanyu zibeho empoza inyo yintakwikiriza ejo nkajanga kara tinkugonza mpoza ebintu ebyo omuntu nasubura ebyomere. So there is no central government tax other than the license fee. Somebody buying produce from here to Kampala or to anywhere, there is no tax. There is no tax on export. If I'm exporting products, I don't pay tax. There used to be a tax on coffee. We abolished it. When you are bringing machinery inside Uganda, we don't tax you. So no government who are the ones who are taxed? It is the people who are importing consumer goods from outside, mainly the import tax. This is the debate. So when you are debating, Kandavo, those people who get goods from outside, one of the reasons we tax them is because they kill our own imports. The shot I am putting on, nyoti tinchajwale ibikurga heru, esati zikurga heru, nkazangera kimu. Esati yange no Uganda, 80%, 90%, in fact, it must be like 80% Uganda. Pamba ya hano, 100% actually. Ejo sati nyoye injweli. Engoye za abafu, nkazanga. Engoye za heru, nkazanga. Nyonde mere hano. Njasukeze empare yonka tinkatungire ya hano. So, when we tax the textiles, imported textiles, we are protecting our own textiles here. Like the shirt I am putting on, which is 100% Ugandan. So let us debate that. Let's not mix up. Which taxes are you talking about? It is only, mainly, on the imports of consumer products, not machinery, not raw materials, but consumer items. You, the workers in the factories, you should be the ones defending this one. If the labor leaders are representing the factories. Now, what I picked from the talk, there are 2 points which I'm going to take up immediately. One point is the markets which we built have been taken over by the parasites. The rich people have taken over the markets and displaced the Banaku who were selling in those areas before we built the markets. That's a big issue, which I directed the Vice President who is here to take up with the Minister of Local Government. This one I heard about before. Obutare Bwabanaku So this one definitely we shall take it up and investigate it, and we are going to chase those corrupt people who misuse their positions to oppress small people. Ubuntu bwabanaku numuserera yuki ibyo abanaku mbere abantu abagufumbye ntahya barekere ubuntu bwabo bakorera ombutaro. That one is a good point. I thank you very much for raising that one. Now, the other point I picked up was the point about the employers are also not Christians. Nobody else kafiri. But he said that instead of using permanent labor, they use casual labor. Is that correct? They use casual labor. Anyakul. Have you heard that? Had you heard it before? You had heard it? The Karamojong girl will handle it. That one is a good point, because even if I am still getting a low salary, because we are still sorting out the issues of electricity, I should be permanent, not casual, coming to. I should be permanent. That one is I'm going to insist on. Now, on the tea crisis, first of all, tea is not a high-value crop among the ones I selected for my smaller people. And I put it in writing. It is part of the large-scale agriculture, extensive farming. And I had studied it, and if you see my documents, I had pointed out that the global demand of tea is not very big. If you look at the demand of coffee, some years ago was 118 million bags per year, 60 kilogram bags. It is now 160 million. It is going up, coffee. But the global demand of tea is not so big. And the biggest consumers apparently were mainly Pakistan and Egypt. But they got into political problems. So that's why there is this insecurity. But also, on our side, there were some mistakes, which is what Colonel Obtime was talking about. We're not using fertilizers. We were oxoroma. You know, English is a poor language. They don't have enough words. They say have plucking. Call it plucking tea. Ngubakani basoroma kubi haine ebiharwa jirweitu. This is the one we are going to address in the cabinet, which Colonel Obtime talked about. We are going to address those, our own side here. But the bigger question is that tea, the global demand, you should check it properly. I have it in my booklet. I put all this in writing. I say, please, the global demand of this one is this much, the global is this much. The global demand of tea is not so big. Not like coffee, not like milk, not like fish. That's why I recommended the seven enterprises in writing. And the minyingi itkuruzo bushera. Many tongues spoil the broth. Huh? Let me see. That's where I put them. I don't see it quickly here. I'm trying to get the. Bring the other one. Go soup! Omnyankolagira wakahandikire karamu tukajuda. Go put. This is a booklet I wrote in 2011. On page 17, I put there, akatawakango mgurusa kiahandikireira. Nkahereza bano, urukwija muhereza, urukorabaho muhereza. Tubakurufaho. Coffee, global demand, 8 million metric tons coffee, and the value $324 billion. This was 2011. Tea, chai. Irahanu. 1.2 million metric tons, $17 billion. Muhurira bagenzi bangi. Umuguruse byahandikire 2011. Chai global demand esente zayo bilioni 17 za dola. Omwani akasumyako 324 billion. Cotton pamba 50 billion. Fruits 90 billion. Fish $102 billion. These are dollars. Milk amata agenku gambira 480 billion. Wheat engano ni na katereka kakoto 221 billion. Vanilla mwijuka vanilla katuletere bizubu 45 billion. Bananas, ebitoke, hakiri ebitoke, $120 billion. Byona biri hano mukatabu. Beitu nobaza tubakufwayo. Bari hamasumu. Okay. Katonda jari. Now, finally, I'm looking forward to meeting the labor leaders. They are very articulate, but I want to put content in what they are saying. I want to help them know what to say. So, my PPS, in the month of June, organized for the labor leaders, and for the leaders of the Rwenzori of this area, I want to meet them also. In June, I want to meet you. Ebyange bigarikiraho mukuruko runaku rukuru rw'abakozi ruhanga abakonyere.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for the wise counsel and visionary leadership that you have always shared with us without reservation, without getting tired. We are so grateful as people of Toro that you have even given us an opportunity to meet you on the sidelines so that we can be able to articulate our issues and concerns. And also the workers must be extremely happy that they are going to meet you privately so that they are able to talk about their concerns. Your Excellency, before I invite the chieftaincy of Meadows, let me recognize a few people here. Honorable Crispus Chionga is here with us. The members of the Central Executive Committee of the NRM Party have all attended. Honorable Gabriel Kato, James Tweheyo, and Jacqueline Chatwaire, and Honorable General Semera are all here with us. Public Service, we have Honorable Grace Towita Bagaya, Mr. Michael Mugisa, and Ms. Ada Kawakole Mwanga, Engineer Dr. Mbabazi. I would wish to take this opportunity to now invite Major General Igumba George, the Master of Ceremonies for the Chancellery of Awards. Major General Igumba George, the floor is yours. I would wish to inform Your Excellency and the general public that our Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development is on another official engagement in Azerbaijan, and that's why she's not here with us today. But I remember when I raised the members of parliament, I think it was so hurried that they did not see them. About 45 members of parliament have registered their presence, Your Excellency. Can we request you kindly to stand up wherever you are located so that the people get to know that you are here? Members of parliament, comrades, please, I beg that you stand. Here they are, and please a hand of applause for their attendance. They walked and traveled from long time areas. Major Iguma, please.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and Commander-in-Chief of the Uganda People's Defense Forces, High Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the Vice Chairman of the National Resistance Movement, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Ministers and Ministers of State here present, their Excellencies and the Ambassadors and High Commissioners accredited to Uganda here present, Honorable Members of Parliament here present, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Toro, their worships, the religious leaders here present, service chiefs, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On this auspicious occasion of celebrating the International Labour Day, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, is pleased to recognize deserving citizens of Uganda and other persons by award of medals of honor. To do the presentation of the 53 of the recipients is me, Major General George Igumba, the Master of Ceremonies for Chancery. Now, therefore, in accordance with Section 3, Part 2 of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001, as amended, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, has approved the award of medals to 53 persons, among whom 11 are female, during this year's International Labour Day celebrations. The medals are in the categories of the Distinguished Order of the Crescent Crane, Second Class Grand Officer, the Exemplary Service Order, Second Class, the Nalubale Medal, the Royal Triangle Medal, the Gallantry Star Medal, the Meritorious Service Medal, the Personal Sacrifice Medal, the Long Service with Good Conduct Gold, 3 years plus medal, and last but not least, the National Independence 60th Diamond Jubilee Anniversary Medal. The names of the 53 awardees were duly considered by the Presidential Awards Committee, comprising of 9 eminent persons, with Honorable Beatrice Wabudaya as the chairperson and Hajat Zamina Malole as the secretary, under the aegis of the Minister for the Presidency, Honorable Mile Babirie Babaranda. Now, the award of the Distinguished Order of the Crested Crane Medal. Pursuant to Section 3.2, Second Schedule, Part 1 of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001, as amended, the honor of the Distinguished Order of the Crested Crane Grand Officer is awarded to a person who distinguishes him or herself in leadership or service in the public or private sectors as a political leader of a local government, an advocate, doctor, engineer, or accountant, a member of a foreign government who contributes to the development of Uganda. The one awardee who has been duly approved is none other than Honorable Daudi Migereko, a male adult from Jinja District, who was born way back on 26 June 1956 in Wakitaka Village, Jinja City, and was the chairman of the Uganda Tourism Board for 2 terms, 2017 to 2023. As chairperson of the board, he directed the formulation of the Uganda Tourism Board Strategic Plan 2020-2021 up to 2024-25, which has endeared Uganda to travelers as the best destination to visit during the past 5 years. During that period, he guided the board in developing a destination brand, Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, which was successfully launched by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda on 21st January 2022. He is an environmental conservationist with forests in Jinja, Ngereka village, and Mayuga district, whose acreage Your Excellency has pleaded with me to remain silent about. And indeed is a co-founder of Finca Uganda, which is a precursor to the mushrooming circles. Award of the Exemplary Service Order, Second Class Police Medal. Pursuant to Section 3.3, Second Schedule Part 2A of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001 as amended, the honor of the Exemplary Service Order Second Class Medal is awarded to a Deputy Inspector General of Police, a former Deputy Inspector General of Police, an Assistant Inspector General of Police, a former Assistant Inspector General of Police, and other police officers of similar rank. The one awardee who has been duly approved is none other than Assistant Inspector General of Police, Prince Godfrey Chiwanuka Goloba, a male adult from Luwero District. Omulangira Godfrey Chiwanuka Goloba enlisted into the National Resistance Army on 30th August 1985 and has risen through the ranks to Brigadier General. He has undergone several military training courses that include, but not limited to, the following: National Defense College, Karen, Kenya; Border Security Management course in United Kingdom; Next Generation of African Military Leaders course; Grade 2 Command and Staff course at Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College; Peacekeeping Operations course at Kofi Annan International Training Center; United Nations Peacekeeping Operations African Forces Commanders course, Turin, Italy. Assistant Inspector General of Police Goloba has held several command and staff appointments and is currently on tour of duty from the Uganda People's Defense Forces to the Uganda Police Force under the docket of training as the Director of Human Resource Development. Next is award of the Nalubale Medal. Pursuant to Section 3.2, Second Schedule Part 1 of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001 as amended, the honor of the Nalubale Medal is awarded to all civilian activists who have contributed towards the political development of Uganda, either through armed struggle or civil disobedience, and otherwise right from colonial times. The three awardees who have been duly approved are our own Mrs. Edith N. Ramwaro Uturo, a female adult from Chenjojo district. She is a dedicated administrative cadre with 36 years of sterling working experience, 24 of which at senior management level. She has grown through the ranks from an assistant secretary to the current one of Undersecretary in the Public Service of Uganda, an accounting officer, to date, formulating, developing, and managing policy programs. She has ensured proper planning, budgeting, execution, monitoring, and evaluation of the Ministry's approved policies and programs. She has supported policy analysis development, prepared various policy documents, including cabinet memoranda, ensured proper management of the Ministry's human, financial, and material resources at departmental and interdepartmental levels from 2004 to date. Haj Juma Abdallah, a male adult from Wakiso district. Miss Nampija Aida, a female adult from Nakasongola district. Now the award of the Luwero Triangle Medal. Pursuant to Section 3.2, Second Schedule Part 1 of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001 as amended, the honor of the Luwero Triangle Medal is awarded to any person, military or civilian, who either joined the struggle or operated closely with the armed freedom fighters against dictatorships in Uganda from 1981 to 1986. And the one awardee who has been duly approved is Resistance Officer number 03801, Major Robert Balungi Rubega, a male adult from Wakiso District. Award of the Gallantry Star Medal, Police. Pursuant to Section 3.3, Second Schedule, Part 2A of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001 as amended, the honor of the Gallantry Star Medal is awarded to police officers who have distinguished themselves through acts of gallantry demonstrated in operations, community policing, intelligence, gathering, and bravery. The one awardee who has been duly approved is Inspector of Police Mohoz Eli, a male adult from Shema District. Next is award of the Meritorious Service Medal, Police. Pursuant to Section 3.3 Schedule Part 2A of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001 as amended, the honor of the Meritorious Service Medal is awarded to police officers for meritorious service, particularly in operations where initiative and meritorious behavior has made vital differences to the success of the operations. It is also awarded for acts of endurance and dedication. And the one awardee who has been duly approved is Assistant Superintendent of Police Muhereza Charles, a male adult from Kabale District. Award of the Personal Sacrifice Medal, Police. Pursuant to Section 3.3 Second Schedule Part 2A of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001 as amended, the honor of the Personal Sacrifice Medal is awarded to officers who have been wounded or killed in the line of duty. It may be awarded posthumously. The one awardee who has been duly approved is number 66861, Police Constable Accord Catherine, a female adult from Pade District. Award of the Long Service with Good Conduct Gold 30 Years Plus Police Medal. Pursuant to Section 3.3 Second Schedule Part 2A of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001 as amended, the honor of the Long Service with Good Conduct Gold 30 Years Plus Medal is awarded to officers with long service years with a clean and uninterrupted service to the force. The two awardees who have been duly approved are Senior Commissioner of Police Kasalao Christopher, a male adult from Iganga District, and Commissioner of Police Agaba Allison, a male adult from Ntungamo District. Award of the National Independence 60th Diamond Jubilee Anniversary Medal. Pursuant to Section 3.2 Schedule Part 1 of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001 as amended, the honor of the National Independence 60th Diamond Jubilee Anniversary Medal is awarded to a person in recognition of outstanding service and loyalty to the country from 9th October 1962 to 9th October 2023, and who has championed and contributed significantly to the struggle for the independence, or to a person who has continued to protect the independence of Uganda. The 43 awardees who have been duly approved are Prince Dr. Wunyi Agre, a male adult from Luka District, who joined public service in 2000 and has served under different government ministries, departments, and agencies. Prince Dr. Wunyi Agre is a distinguished public officer, an accomplished academician, a profound writer, and champion of the Ubuntu, the humanist approach in management. Dr. Wunyi's writings, The Agony of a Rising Star and Endless Struggles, have had a particular influence to the common man because the storytelling approach resonates with the common man. Prince Dr. Wunyi is a mentor and a down-to-earth leader. Next is Reverend Father Paolino Tomaino, may his soul rest in peace, who was a male adult from Italy. Next is Mr. Bigirimana Emmanuel, a male adult from Wakiso District. Next is Mr. Masaba Samuel Nagimesi, a male adult from Mbale District. Next is Mr. Kaija Richard, a male adult from Kawarore District. Next is Ms. Nimwesiga Christine, a female adult from Rwanda District. Ms. Katoko Susan, female adult from Dhaka District. Professor Mushenjezi Aaron, a male adult from Mbarara District. Mr. Karokora Mugabi Mike, a male adult from Mbarara District. Ms. Chozira Esther, a female adult from Namtumba District. Mr. Hassan Saleh, a male adult from Kampala City. Dr. Mwambu Paul, a male adult from Mbale City. Ms. Katoko Betty Lizzie, a female adult from Tebo District. Mr. Nkunzi Ngoma Chris Abel, a male adult from Kisoro District. Mr. Okumu Heliot, a male adult from Zombo District. Mr. Kalunji Vincent, a male adult from Wakiso District. Mr. Erima Jackson, a male adult from Busia District. Ms. Mukani Miria, a female adult from Kampala District. Mrs. Mukasa Amina Buyinza, a female adult from Luwero District. Dr. Biyinzika Kasolo Ruth Aisha, a female adult from Kampala City. Mr. Isagara Nyakana, a male adult from Kabarore District. Mr. Begumisa George, a male adult from Ushenyi District. Mr. Habomugisha Emmanuel, a male adult from Kabale District. Mr. Kalenz Victor, a male adult from Kabarore District. Mr. Sande George Amot, a male adult from Kabarore District. Ms. Kwebiha Jenny Rose, a female adult from Kabarore District. Professor Ntambirweki John, may his soul rest in peace, who was a male adult from Mbarara District. Mr. Maniraguha Emmanuel, a male adult from Kisoro District. Mr. Magez Eliezer, may his soul rest in peace, who was a male adult from Nyangavu District. Mr. Katagwa Thomas, may his soul rest in peace, was a male adult from Mayuge District. Mr. Isabire John Richard, a male adult from Jinja City. Mr. Muwumza Paul Richard, a male adult from Mbarara District. Ms. Nyacho Patricia Iga, Assistant Commissioner of Accounts, a female adult from Toro District. Mr. Muyanja Paul, Assistant Commissioner, Internal Audit, a male adult from Kampala City. Mr. Mutege Kibiaruhanga Eli, retired senior pharmacist, from a male adult from Masindi District. Mr. Fala Anyaku Wilfred, Principal Officer Grade 1, a male adult from Arua City. Ms. Achen Milian, Principal Officer 2, a female adult from Dokolo District. Ms. Aja Rova Lili, a female adult from Nebi District. Mr. Obong Okelo Tom, a male adult from Kwanya District. Dr. Barirega Akankwasa, a male adult from Kanungu District. Mr. Manda Samuel John, a male adult from Bujiri District. And last but not least on my list, Your Excellency, is none other than Dr. Msings James, a male adult from Chegegwa District. Your Excellency, that marks the end of my submission. I thank you for your attention and indeed patience for God and my country.
Salam Uganda! Wake up! Salam, Your Rais! Heshima top!
Mheshimiwa Rais, huo ndio mwisho wa gwaride. Naomba kutoa bendera uwanjani, Mheshimiwa Rais. Kundi bendera. Toa bendera uwanjani. Salam ya bendera.
I hope you can see how fast the colors are being marched out. And I think the young people would want to join the army right now. If there was a recruitment, you would see the numbers in this playground. Everything is done in rocket speed. The sovereignty of our state, Uganda, is visibly seen. In order and on time. A big hand of applause as they march out the other team. The parade commander continues with his work.
All right, I see.
Sir, parade commander, ward of Bishop Waride, naomba kwenda. Parade commander.
A very big hand of applause to Lieutenant Colonel Wile Ndiomugabe for the job well accomplished. He has now handed over to his 2IC and he's going to move the parade forward as they march off. Thank you for that very good exhibition. We are enjoying. as the band marches off. We wish to thank them so much for the job well done, especially the Commander Sentongo of UPDF, SP of Wikoketi, Stephen of Uganda Police Force, SP Tukume, Uganda Prisons. Thank you so much, the leaders of the band. And also want to thank Major Kaganda, the one who was the secretary of the parade, and his assistants, Major Angela and Major Banjire. Thank you so much for the job well and perfectly done. Your Excellency, in these last minutes as we end, 2 students from Chegobe, St. Leo's College approached me. They want Honorable Dr. Musenero to reach out to them and look at the excavators they have innovated. One is in senior 3, another one is in senior 4. We are grateful for the innovation, science and technology that St. Leo's College has now taken up. Last announcement, the national census is on. On the 9th to the 19th, there will be a national census. Please stay home on the 10th. It will even be a public holiday. Everyone stay home until you are counted. Your Excellency, we are grateful. And you may wish to leave at your leisure, Your Excellency. And the rest of us will leave in the reverse order. We are so grateful and grateful to God for the climate, the environment He has given us. It hasn't rained on us. It wasn't neither cold, neither too hot. So we are grateful to God for this environment because it's always a rainy season when we celebrate the Labor Day, and we usually suffer from the rains. So this has been a special one in the tourism city. God has been with us. As we conclude this, special thanks to my colleagues. Everything was put up together because of the coordinated assistance of Master of Ceremonies. May I request them to come and introduce themselves as they bid you farewell. Assistants, Masters of Ceremonies.
Frank Baine, my name, Senior Commissioner of Prisons and Prison Spokesperson.
Assistant Commissioner of Police, Nabakasenoga Claire, the Deputy Public Relations Officer, Uganda Police Force.
The Secretary General, Notu, Mr. Bijirwa, could not run to the podium. And the Master of Ceremonies was me, Dr. Peace Regis Mutuzo, the Woman Member of Parliament from Nyangabo District, and the Minister of State for Gender and Culture and the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. God bless every one of you as you move back home. Thank you for gracing our occasion.